Hello and welcome to CGTN. I'm Zhao, live here for you at the Great Hall of the People in capital Beijing. And as you can tell, it's a magnificent hall. And you know, whenever there are reporters here at the hall, there must be something big going on because it's not any hall, it's the hall. Most of China's major political events really take place here in this hall. And welcome to join us at this opening meeting of the 4th annual session of the 13th National People's Congress. What is National People's Congress? It's really China's top legislative body. Essentially, what will happen is a group of NPC deputies that's selected from people from all walks of life. They're in total number of over 2,900. So as I said, they are selected from all walks of life. They are here to represent the people, and they might be of different cultural backgrounds. They can be of different job titles, and some of them are, of course, of different genders as well. So they will be here to discuss the future roadmap for China. And we know that because of the COVID-19 pandemic, this year the session will last a little bit shorter than usual. So usually it will last for 2 weeks, but this time it's only from today, Friday, to next Thursday. So that's roughly about 7 days because of the COVID-19 pandemic. If our phone can pan to our side, there are reporters sitting alongside and they're all in masks. I'm not on mask because I'm currently doing live streaming, but we are keeping social distancing very strictly here at the Great Hall. Love the people, and something will be taking place in just a few moments. Include the deputies corridor. Let's go on here. So what is deputies corridor? Essentially, they were selected a few deputies to really answering questions from the media. This year, because of the COVID-19 pandemic, okay, so this is a corridor. In just a few minutes, deputies will really just stand right in front of the blue board, and they will be taking questions from the media. The reporters, however, will not be giving questions at the scene. They will be from different places. That's the media center. They will be asking questions from there. So it's another way of social distancing. Again, COVID-19. We want to make sure that everything goes on perfectly. And after that, we will have ministers' deputies. And after that, we will listen to a report delivered by Chinese Premier Li Keqiang. He's going to really summarize what China has achieved in the year 2020, that's the past year, and also tell us what the country is going to headed in the year of 2021. All right, some of the most important thing that we'll be keeping a close eye on is, number one, the finish up of 13th five-year plan, and he will introduce or really propose or really set up the 14th five-year plan for social and economic development. Number one thing that would be top the agenda. Sorry, that's my notes. I need notes. Number one thing that will be top our agenda is the COVID-19 pandemic vaccine. We know that the pandemic is still soaring around the world. So how to really fairly distribute the COVID-19 become the number one important issue. And two of China's front-runner companies include Sinovac and also Sinopharm. So that's a little bit background information, but Premier Li Keqiang, I believe, is going to talk more on that. And number two is about China's green development. We know that China aims to really have CO2 emissions peak before the year 2030 and achieve carbon neutrality by the year of 2060. And Chinese President Xi Jinping said a few days ago that he will put forth more vigorous measures and policies to make sure that China is going on the way of green development. And number three is about the country's economy. We know that China is the only, we seem to have a little bit malfunction there. Is it okay? Can you guys still hear me? And because we're doing live here, feel free to drop your questions in our comment bar, and hopefully I'll answer them. Not I'm answering them, but I'll ask the questions for you guys to the deputies. And we know that it's about time for us to welcome the deputies. My producer just told me. So as I said, essentially what's going on is we'll see a few deputies selected from the NPC deputies, and they will be taking questions here from the media. Some of the people posing photos. All right, since we're waiting, let me tell you some of the more highlights of this year's NPC. We know the economy is one of the major things because China is the only major economy that maintains positive growth in time of a soaring COVID-19 pandemic. How will the government keep that momentum becomes something important. And in 2020, we know that Beijing proposed a development patent called dual circulation. Some of the media call it, double development dynamics. So this is a new, let's say, an economic development patent that Beijing has proposed. Essentially means that it will take the domestic market as its mainstay. Okay, I come this way. Oops. Right. So essentially that means it would take the domestic market as the mainstay. I believe he's one of the deputies. Will put domestic market as the mainstay while keeping its door even wilder. And also about rural revitalization. We know just days ago, Beijing has declared a complete victory to its battle against absolute poverty. So how will the country keep that momentum and consolidate the results? The answer is rural revitalization. We'll definitely want to know more on how the country will carry out the rural revitalization. And the one last thing I want to tell you guys about is Hong Kong. Because last night, NPC spokesperson said explicitly that electoral system of the Hong Kong SAR needs improvement, and I quote, to keep pace with the times for fully implementing the one country, two systems. As he said, the officials selected by the Hong Kong SAR will follow the principle of patriots governing Hong Kong. They want genuine people who love the country, who loves Hong Kong SAR to govern the region. And number one criteria is not conducting any activities endangering national sovereignty and security. All right, I'll leave you guys there, and let's see if the deputies are ready to join us. All right, we'll be tossed to our TV crew, and they will have a special session going on there and live for you guys.
Other thing, of course, Chinese economy. What is China going to do with its promise of carbon zero and carbon neutrality? And how is it going to be implemented with real blueprint and also roadmap in coordination with China's plan to boost the domestic consumption? The other thing is how to bring out the bubble in the economy already as a result of the stimulus packages implemented last year due to the difficulties of the economy as a result of the pandemic. And there are many other questions such as how to deal with societies before it getting rich is already getting old, and what is China going to do to boost the overall consumption level in this country. Positive growth rate is likely to be registered this year once again for the national economy, but how much, that will be another question the journalists will be interested in. From the Great Hall of the People, I'm Tian Wei. Back to you in the studio.
And joining us here today to talk about the opening of the NPC is Professor Yao Yang, Director of the China Center for Economic Research at Peking University.
And also, we are pleased to be joined by Jörg Wuttke, President of the European Chamber of Commerce here in China. Great to have you both on our special program.
Let me start with you, Professor Yao. I still remember last year we were here talking about the 2020 two sessions, but that was postponed by 2 months because of COVID. But 2021 is also very historic. First of all, looking back, it will be the 100th centenary of the Chinese Communist Party. And looking ahead, it was the beginning of the 14th five-year plan for China. How do you understand this year's significance in China's history?
Well, this is a very significant moment for China. I think for the last century, 100 years, that was the most turbulent century for China. And when it comes to party, played a huge role in this process. This year, we're going to fulfill our first centennial goal, that is to become a well-off society. And then we're going to begin our second centennial goal, that is by the centennial anniversary of People's Republic, we're going to become a fully modernized and a strong socialist country. That's going to mean that China's per capita income is going to be as high as developed countries at that time. And China's GDP probably is going to be much, much larger than the American GDP. So that's a really significant year this year.
And on the international stage, of course, we were talking about the goals that China has been set for itself in the long term and short term. But on the international stage, we know that this year is being marked, and the last year is being marked by a great deal of uncertainties, turbulence.
COVID is still ravaging.
Very complex situation. So what is the world looking at China for maybe its answer to this challenge?
Well, of course, we looked for growth. Last year, China was the biggest economy that was still growing. I think all of us in business have experienced that actually in many ways. Being successful in China stabilizes businesses home and keeps the headquarters afloat. But this year, definitely, it's going to be a special...
Sure.
Mr.
Wait a
Gupta,
minute. We have live signal from the Great Hall for People. This is a session where deputies will answer questions from the media. Let's take a listen.
谢谢主持人。
Thank you.
中央广播电视总台央视
From
记者，
CMG.
我想请问严经代表一个问
My question
题，
is to
就是我
Deputy
们知道
Yan
今
Jing.
年我们迎来了中国共
As
产
we
党百
know,
年的华诞，
this year
同时呢，
it
前不久还
marks the
召开了党
100th
史学
anniversary
习
of
教育动员
CPC,
大会
and。
那么您作
long
为一名基
ago
层的
we
党
had
史
some
讲解员，您有哪些
campaign
体会和大家
for
一起
the
分享？
parties members to learn about the
大家
history.
好，
So as
我叫
one
袁
member,
晶，
what's
是一名
your
来自
impression
中国
about
革
this
命红
campaign?
毯起航
Hello
地
everyone,
浙江
I am
嘉
Yan
兴的
Jing. I
基
come
层代表，
from
在南湖革命纪
Jiaxing
念
of
馆
Zhejiang
从
province
事
as a
党史
grassroots
宣讲工
deputy,
作。
and I am in
说起
charge
浙江
of the
嘉
party
兴，
history
大家是不是
instruction
会
and
把这座城
interpretation.
市与一
Speaking
艘
of
小船
Jiaxing,
联系在一起？
it may remind
习近
you
平总书
of
记
a
曾
small
经把
boat.
这艘小船
General
亲
Secretary
切
Xi
地称
Jinping
为
used to
党
call
梦
this
金
boat as
我
the
的日
mother
常工
boat
作
of the
就是在
CPC
南湖
party,
畔
and
红
my
毯
job
向来自
is
全国各
actually
地
located
五湖四海的瞻
around
仰者
the
讲述一
riverside
个大岛
to
和一条
interpret
小船
the
的故事。
history of that island
多年来，
and
我
the
深
small
深感受
boat.
到自己不
Over
仅
the
是一名
years,
党
I
史
deeply
讲述人，
felt that I'm
也
not
是一名
just the
见证者
storyteller
和
of the
倾听
party
者。
history, but also a
记得
listener
那
and
是
a
2019
witness.
年的9
I
月，
still
在
remember
红
that
毯
in
旁，
September
我看到一位
2019,
拄着
right
拐
next
杖的
to the
老
red
人
boat,
站
I
在岸
saw
边
an
久久
old
地凝望着
gentleman
红船。
standing
于
on
是
the
我就
bank
上
of the
前主
river
动和老人
and
闲聊起来。
fixating his
原
eyes
来
on
这
that
位
boat.
89
I
岁的老人
started my
曾
small
经参
talk
加
with
过
the
解放战争，
gentleman at
是一
about
名党
89
共
years
同党
old.
员。
This
他一直
gentleman
有个
used to
心
be
愿，
the veteran
他
party
希望在有
member,
生之年能够来到
and
南
he
湖
hoped
看看党
that
的起
in his
点，
lifetime
看
he
看
could
红
come in
毯，
person
再
to
接
this
受一次
riverside to
党
look
教
at this
育。
river boat
当天老人
and
的精神状态
to
特别好，他推走了
review the
本提议
history
自己
of
要
the
拄着
party.
拐杖
He
走。
was in good shape
他
that
告诉
day,
我，
and he said
那
that
个
he
时
wanted to
候
walk on the
他们入党
stick
的目的
for a
抛
while.
头颅
He
洒
told me
热血，
that
是为新
years
中国而
ago,
奋斗。
all the party members
现
and
在的党员
comrades
是为了实现中
sacrificed
华
their
民族伟
lives
大
for
复
the
兴而
development
奋
of the
斗。
party and the
虽
nation,
然每个
and
人
now
的
the
历史
party
路
members
各不相
work
同，
for the
但是
rejuvenation
一
of the
样坚
Chinese
持，
nation.
一样
Although
光
with
荣，
different
说到
missions,
底都
they
是
are
为了
all
党的事业而
glorious.
奋斗。
They are all fighting for the
老
party.
人的这一番话，
The
朴实
words
无华，
by the old
却是直
gentleman
抵人心。
were plain,
什么
but
是
were
坚定
touching
信仰？
to me.
什么是初心
What
本
is
色？
your
这
firm
位老共产
faith,
党员，他
and
走
what
过
is
了
your
千
initial
山万
mission?
水，却
This
从来
veteran
没有
party
忘记
member
来
has
时的路。
undergone
深
a
入地
lot,
诠释
but
了
has
作为一名共
always
产党员
stayed
对
true
党
to
的
his
赤子之
initial
心。
mission.
其实啊，
In effect, I encounter a lot of such memorable moments. I was taught by such moments, just like all the other of my peers. Not long ago, from the Polytech University of Zhejiang province, one university student learned from an APP called 学习强国, saying that I learned how to further spread the spirit of the Red Revolution. He also told me that as a party member, we've been taught a lot about the party history, but sometimes we got lost. So we are eager to learn how to get power from the party history so that in practices we could be educated and guided. I discussed with him by telling him my personal experience. 100 years ago, a group of youngsters, on average at the age of 28 years ago, have been meeting on one small boat in Zhejiang province, lighting up the new horizon for us. And now we are seeing grand hope because of that initiation. So we must be able to carry on the spirit of sacrificing ourselves for the great cause. Returning to the nation and the society should be our common aspiration. On October 31st, 2017, General Secretary Xi Jinping led the delegation to visit this red boat. He called for us to continue our mission and called for the party members to remain true to our initial mission. General Secretary has always inspired us to carry forward such a spirit of the red boat. What is the great aspiration and your initial mission? The young party members should always dedicate themselves to where it is mostly needed by people. 8.92 million people visit our memorial hall of the party history so as to have a fresh look at the past history. The mission and the burdens and the sense of responsibilities all give us the touching moments. Those are all because of our initial mission. So we sincerely invite all of you to visit our site to review the history of the party. And let's stay true to our mission. Thank you. Next question.
请北区第二排第一位男士提问。谢谢。人民日报记者提问。
I'm with
郭艳玲代表
People's Daily.
您好。在
Good
不
morning.
久前刚刚结束的全国
郭
脱贫
艳
攻
玲
坚总结表彰大会上，
At the
习近
just
平总书记
concluded
庄严
award
宣布，
ceremony
我国
for
的脱贫
full
攻坚战取
elimination
得
of
了全面胜
poverty,
利。
General Secretary
作为一个
Xi
基层代表，您
claimed
长期
that
从事
we
国
have
际推广工作。请您
won
谈
the
谈在具体
victory
工作
against
中，
poverty.
您是如何助力
And
脱
can
贫
you
攻坚
share
的？
with
谢
us
谢。
your specific efforts in this campaign?
我叫郭艳玲。
Thank you for your
是
question.
内蒙古
Good
乌兰
morning, my
察
name
布
is
草
Guo
原站的一
Yanling.
名农业技术
I am
农业
a
技术人员。
engineering
去年
staff from the agriculture sector of Inner Mongolia.
贫困人口脱贫在
Last year, all the population in Inner Mongolia were lifted out of poverty.
也归功于
And 79% of
这里
this result comes from
全区
the
16000
dedication and commitment
常年活
of
跃于
people like
经济部
us.
的
And
农
we
技
have
人
more
员
than
辛勤
16,000 agriculture technicians and engineers who have devoted
第一个故事
significantly to this. And let me share with you two stories. And the first is
是农业
the
的命根子，把
selling
种子
of
安
agricultural
安全
seeds.
牢牢
The
地握
seeds,
在自己
they
的手
hold
一直
the
是我们努力
life and
的
vitality
方
of
向。
agriculture, and
北
we
京
have been
向
working
西
very hard
就是我
to
的家乡乌
hold
兰察
firm
也被
the
称为中国
seeds.
的蜀都。
And
过
Ulan
去我
Chabu
们马铃薯
is
种
a
子
city
论斤卖
a few hundred
一亩地
kilometers
收入
north of
几百
Beijing, and
现
in the
在
past
我
we
们
sell
通过
by
芽苗主培
moo,
生产出
right
的
now we
脱
sell
贫
by
马铃薯
kilos,
圆
and
圆
we
种
have been
论粒
cultivating
儿卖一亩地收入2万
fine
元
seeds of potatoes, and for each seed of potato we can sell at a
不仅
big
自给
price,
自足
so
还
we
销往
can
全
not
国
just
各地年收入可以
remain
达到
self-sufficient. We can also sell to other places, and each and every year we could have a revenue of 150 million yuan. And so the little potato has become the source of revenue and wealth for us, and people see that every household in Inner Mongolia grow potato, and this potato is the source of revenue and wealth in our place. And the second story I would like to share with you is about agriculture seed. Again, the agriculture seed is the roots of wealth for all the peasants and farmers, and the seeds, they are indispensable on a journey of poverty alleviation. I have conducted hundreds of experiments for many different seeds. We have never slackened our efforts, but when we were about to celebrate a harvest, we encountered a sandstorm which claimed the results that we have cultivated for a very long time. We accumulated a lot of data, we have cultivated a lot of technology, and come up with a wide-ranging variety of agricultural seeds. We have been living in shanty houses, we have been staying close to farmers, and with our dedication we have empowered the capacity of farmers. General Secretary Xi called for all the scientists in China to write their chapter on the vast land of China to apply the technological results in the building of a new China. As an agriculture technician at the grassroots, I'm also an instructor of agriculture technologies. I'm also a member of the National People's Congress. And we work with my fellow workmates at the forefront of agricultural poverty alleviation, empower the farmers with the best technology. Thank you.
Well, that's the NPC's deputies corridor that is designed to give the NPC deputies a chance to answer questions from the media. And also, it shows the representation of the NPC itself. For example, the two deputies just talked. One is from the Party History Museum in Jiaxing. The other is from Inner Mongolia, agriculture technician.
Yeah. The corridor was an initiative started back in 2018 to give the deputies and members a chance to speak directly to the public and take questions. I mean, these people, some of these people, the narrator and the technological engineer from Inner Mongolia, they could just be one of us. They are ordinary Chinese, and yet they shoulder the responsibility to represent the voices of the people.
And that's why they're NPC deputies. But they also talk about the most important issues of China. For example, the poverty alleviation. This is something China has been very proud of. But also, there are a lot of the people in the world wonder how China can put it off whole scale and also deliver on targets as planned.
Oh, well, I think that's because the government and the party has put a lot of efforts into poverty alleviation. Since 2012, the government spent a huge amount of money and mobilized a lot of people into poverty alleviation. I'm really proud that our school has been involved in this process, and we have been named one of the model danwei.
How could you help the local farmers?
We have this one-to-one hope model. So we're in charge. We help a county, actually a township in a county in Yunnan province.
Southwest China.
In Southwest China, we went there quite often. We also introduced the projects into the township. We also help the local schools. Our students, our MBA students, went there and helped the local schools. And we also raised a donation, particularly during the pandemic, to buy like a mask for local children.
What is the scale of this project? Like, how many students are you helping there?
Oh, that's I don't know exact number, probably 20,000 or something in that scale.
But that says much about the involvement of the Chinese society. Even university, top-notch universities were asked to join in this campaign.
Yeah, I think that's one of the key why we could do this very quickly, because the whole country has been mobilized.
Poverty alleviation, that's the miracle that China has been able to create in the past decades. And this campaign really accelerated starting from 2015. How is the West looking at China's campaign against poverty or trying to end deprivation in the poor rural countryside?
I mean, the West always looks at poverty alleviation as something which stabilizes countries, which creates demands, which brings more trade and jobs also to Europe in my case. And of course we look at this with very positive eyes, and I mean the toolbox that China used was of course very successful. It was first of all creating infrastructure, combining the big markets in the east and the south with the interior. Then of course, as Professor Zhao said, raising the human capital, education, skill sets, to come up with that one. And then of course looking after healthcare, that is very important. And frankly, it also helped that China actually had 200 million migrant workers. These people went from poor areas back to the hot spots of the economy and went home again, which is very different to India and other countries where people leave the countryside and stay in the big cities, creating slums. China actually in the late 70s gave land to the peasants, and that keeps them there. So it's a transfer of money from the east with migrant workers. I think that's one of the core components of the success
Do you think
story.
that's an idiosyncrasy here in China? Is there any applicable experience for other big countries?
No,
or
it's
big
very
continents?
difficult to replicate because China had the opportunity of actually handing over land for rental purposes to the peasants in the late 70s. You don't have anything like this anywhere else in the world, where basically the upper class gives up land for the peasants. What it did is that it frees up the young men and women between 18 and 35 going to the factories or going to the construction sites. But the magic there is they're all coming back, investing the money they have done, and then the next wave is coming. That's very unique globally.
This is part of the urbanization process here in China. Well, the National People's Congress will very soon open its annual session in the next hour here in Beijing. It will run from today until the 11th of March with 3 plenums. Well, the duration is actually shorter than before the pandemic, but the NPC says it will be able to cover all the important issues. 3,000 deputies from China's provinces, municipalities, and autonomous regions will deliberate on the government work report, as well as review the final version of an economic blueprint, the 14th five-year plan for national economic and social development, and China's long-range objectives through the year 2035. They will also examine the implementation of the economic development plan and government budgets for 2020 and 2021. And the embassy will review the draft amendments of the organic law and the rules of procedure. Other tasks include deliberations on improving the electoral system of Hong Kong SAR, reviewing the work reports of the NPC Standing Committee and the Supreme People's Court and the Supreme People's Procuratorate. And on Thursday, spokesperson Zhang Yeshui talked about NPC's role in Hong Kong affairs.
The electoral system of the Hong Kong SAR is an important part of Hong Kong's political structure. The developments in recent years show that the electoral system needs to be improved to keep abreast with the times and provide sound institutional guarantee for the full and accurate implementation of the one country, two systems and the principle of patriots administering Hong Kong. The National People's Congress is the supreme organ of state power. It exercises its functions and powers under the Constitution and the Basic Law, makes the decision to improve Hong Kong SAR's electoral system consistent with the Constitution. This is the power of the NPC, as well as its responsibility.
So the agenda of this year's NPC session, usually the fixed agenda is the deliberation of the budget and the social and economic development. But I remember last year in the report there was no fixed target for MPC for the GDP development.
And a lot say the same thing could be
because of
expected this year.
COVID.
Yeah.
But what about this year, Professor Yao?
I don't think the government will announce a target again. But that doesn't mean that we don't have a target because the plan is by 2035 we're going to double our income again. So in 15 years' time we're going to double our income.
So you don't think they will announce a target this year either?
Yeah, but implicitly we're going to have a target. So in the next 15 years.
What is the range?
I think we have to reach at least 4.8% each year. That's the minimum.
That's a very low target for China. Many people predicted China can grow 8% this year.
Well, that's only for this year because this year is still recovery. But next 15 years, China's potential growth rates are going to drop. So to me, I think China's growth rate will be between like 5 to 6% in the next 10 to 15 years. So the target is achievable.
Apparently, there are a lot of issues on the table, 10 items to be deliberated by NPC deputies. A very important issue, of course, is Hong Kong, the draft to amend the electoral system, to improve the electoral system in Hong Kong. Your thoughts on this, your expectations?
Let me just add on to Professor Yao on the GDP target. As we actually in business don't really need a GDP target. We actually applaud the fact that it goes from quantitative to qualitative growth. GDP is a very tricky thing. You can dig a hole, get GDP, you fill it up again GDP. It has been misleading to funds going to the wrong places. Now on Hong Kong, definitely it's a very difficult topic because the world has a different idea of how Hong Kong was functioning after 97 and before. Stability is definitely very important. At the same time, Hong Kong as a city of free movement of people, free speech and so forth was equally important. So the government here has to find equilibrium that actually maintains this kind of freedom. At the same time, it creates the stability that Beijing is seeking.
But obviously, at least it will provide some clarity for Hong Kong's legal environment and legislative process.
Yeah, I think the legislation is very important to maintain stability in Hong Kong. And it was actually said in the basic law, the Article 23, right? So we need that law. I think the most important thing is to maintain stability in Hong Kong and also to maintain an independent judicial system in Hong Kong. That's going to stabilize Hong Kong. That's also going to give confidence to the whole world.
Yeah, and when Deng Xiaoping put forward this principle of one country, two systems policy back in the early 1980s, he was referring to the people of Hong Kong governing Hong Kong, and now time has changed. Hong Kong is facing uncertainties and changes and protests. So why are we seeing this shift from the people of Hong Kong governing Hong Kong to patriots governing Hong Kong? Professor Yao.
Well, I don't think that there's a difference between patriots and the Hong Kong people, right? Most of the people in Hong Kong are patriots, right? I think at this time it's just the central government is following the procedure. The central government is abiding by the basic law, because the basic law says we have to make a law for stability of Hong Kong. So I don't think there's anything that has been substantially changed.
So the proposal came from the context that in 2019 there is a time that's saying questions stay about the stability of Hong Kong.
Yeah, I think there was part of the section in Hong Kong that went beyond the basic law. I think that was the
Professor
trigger.
Yao, we have to leave you there. Hold your thoughts. Let's listen to what the deputy has to say.
Have saved a drowning child. It's a touching story, and such a story has become a hot topic on the internet. You used to be the comrade of him, and he's now called the example of this era. So what's your take on the story? Thank you for the question. My name is Musa Jiangadong, and I come from Xinjiang Uyghur Autonomous Region, from Kazakh Autonomous Prefecture. This year, Xinjiang deputies is missing one good deputy, who is my fellow brother, also the CPC party member and NPC deputy Lachini Baika. He's a Hubei local, and he's also a hero for us. Together with Lachini this year, in Kashgar University, together with him, we received training in the university. And we heard a voice calling for help to save the child. And Lachini ran to the location, and I followed him. And the ice caps of the river exploded, and he fell into it. But still, he fought and struggled to drag the child to the bank and ask for help to save the child. Lachini left his life behind for that child. To Lachini, he didn't regret. He once told me about his mission, and his parents still said that they were proud of their son. They had tears in their eyes, telling me that no matter where they are, they will do the same thing. And that's him. So, as an NPC deputy, for years, he has done a lot of contributions by giving proposals and helping the establishment of teams in Hubei province to care for the elderly people. And on the NPC occasion, he offered his pieces of suggestions and honored his commitments. I remember that no matter what clothes Lachini wears, he certainly wears the party pin. We do our due bit, and during such two sessions occasion, I used to see him wearing new clothes, and he was awarded once as a model example of the nation. Today is the opening session of the NPC, but Lachini cannot make it today. I want to say to him, "Good bro, we miss you. You are our example." And good bro, the aspirations you haven't accomplished will be left to us. We believe that the eagles will always fly above the air of the nation.
We just heard
Thank you.
from this NPC deputy from Xinjiang. He shared with
Now
us
let's
a very
bring the
touching
third batch of
story.
deputies.
It made headlines in China, warmed the hearts of so many people. Xinjiang is in northwest China, and it is home to a great number of ethnic minorities, a great deal of diversity in culture.
Yeah.
贵州省人民医院副院长查燕代表。
Zhao Yan, Vice President of Guizhou People's Hospital. Now the floor is open for
第一
question.
排第一位男士提问。
好，谢谢。光明日报全媒体
Thank
记者
you.
提问，
I'm
说
with
明代表您
Guangming
好。
Daily.
敦煌文化是世
Good
界艺术
morning.
宝库。
Dunhuang
2019
culture
年，习
is
近平主
a
席到敦
precious
煌医院视察，就
gift
传承
of
弘
world
扬敦煌
culture,
文化
and in
提出重
2019,
要
President
指
Xi
示。
Jinping
那
made
一
a
年多
visit
来，
to
敦煌文化的传承发
Dunhuang.
展有哪些
And
新的
over
进
the
展？
past
未来将在
years,
文化
what
强
progress
国
have
建设
we
中
made
发挥
in
怎样的作用？谢
preservation
谢。
of Dunhuang culture?
好，谢谢。大家
Thank
好
you. I'm from the Dunhuang Research Academy. I'm a culture worker at the Dunhuang Research Academy, and the Dunhuang is the most well-preserved cave in China and maybe in the world, and it witnesses the mixture of culture of ancient China, ancient India. And right now we have 135 caves that are well preserved, and we also have 4,000 square meters of wall paintings, and it's a brilliant beacon of culture, and it's also a representative of Chinese culture. And since the 16th century, the Mogao cave were left unattended, and it was suffering from very severe natural harms. And it was only when the Dunhuang Research Academy was established that we engaged in preservation and protection. For generations, we have been sticking to the Gobi Desert, and by upholding the spirits of innovation, and with the pioneering spirit, we used a lot of technologies to effectively preserve the culture relics of Dunhuang. So now Dunhuang is retaking the look it had from centuries ago. And in 2019, President Xi Jinping paid a visit to the Dunhuang Academy. He called for better protection of Dunhuang and building Dunhuang into an example of cultural preservation and protection. And as Secretary Xi said, the preservation of cultural relics would need technology. And this is a new mission entrusted to us. And over the past years, we have remembered the instructions by General Secretary Xi, and we are using a number of technologies in preserving those cultural relics. We're using some digital tools to solve some of the bottleneck issues. We are undertaking 3 major national level preservation programs. The Gansu provincial government has already approved the project of building a Dunhuang platform for technology-empowered cultural preservation, and we are also planning to build a national key laboratory for cultural preservation. And we sincerely hope that during the 14th Five-Year Plan, China can prioritize the preservation and innovative protection of cultural relics. We are actively preparing for the program of the Dunhuang cultural system and its connection with the ancient Silk Road. We are delving into the philosophical thinking of the Dunhuang culture and ancient Silk Road, together with the values and philosophies it embeds. We're using a number of new technologies such as AI and digital technologies, and we are able to offer virtual tours inside the Mogao cave. We are also using cloud exhibition and new media to constantly bring innovation to the methods of cultural dissemination in Dunhuang. So Dunhuang is China's Dunhuang. It also belongs to the whole world. In the process of formation, Dunhuang culture is representing such spirits of inclusiveness and tolerance. And those are the spirits of the Chinese nation. And it's in line with the Chinese aspiration of peace and harmony. We hope that with our own efforts, Dunhuang can go global. The world will be able to understand more about the culture in Dunhuang, and we can improve the influence of Chinese culture in the world. and we may make our own contribution to building a strong socialist cultural power.
Mr. Su is from the Dunhuang Research Museum. Actually, he talked about using technology to preserve the cultural relic, the grottos in Dunhuang. And that's a very important cultural legacy for this nation and this culture, actually.
Yeah, well, the grottos there, the frescoes are invaluable. Of course, the asset for humanity, and the humidity from human breaths are really harmful to the paintings there.
And that's why they shut some of the caves and produced a virtual version of Dunhuang Grotto so that people can enjoy the beauty without actually touching or going into the grottos themselves.
And another measure is, of course, to limit the number of visitors having to go there to see for their own eyes.
And you've been watching our special broadcast on the NPC's opening here on CGTN. We'll be right back. Don't go away.
NPC and CPPCC, China's biggest annual political gathering of lawmakers and political advisors. As the world's second largest economy recovers from the pandemic, it chalks out plans for the coming year and beyond. With new proposals, laws, and targets, CGTN brings you unmatched coverage of the meetings that matter. Exclusive interviews, people's voices, in-depth analysis, and the impact on the rest of the world. China's 2 sessions begins March 4th. Live and exclusive on CGTN.
You're now watching our special coverage on CGTN on the political season. The NPC is going to open very shortly. Well, economy is, of course, the top focus. For more, let's talk to our reporter Zhao, who's been following this within the Great Hall of the People. Good morning, Zhao. What can you tell us about the major agenda, the 14th five-year plan?
Hello there, Zhou Yue and Mama. As you can see behind me, a lot of guests, NPC deputies have just arrived at the Great Hall of the People. They are all waiting for the most pivotal event throughout the 2 sessions. That's Premier Li Keqiang's government work report. Now, everyone's been talking about the 14th five-year plan, but what is so special about it? You know, last year, China achieved a growth of 2.3%, making it the only major economy to have a positive growth. That number may sound low, especially compared with the GDP growth in previous years, but given the pandemic, we know how remarkable that number is. That being said, pursuing high-speed economic growth looks like to be a thing of the past. China is now pursuing high-quality growth, and this is where the new five-year plan comes in. A number of strategies were outlined in that. For one, dual circulation. China wants to boost its domestic market, especially consumption. And another key word is innovation. It is called 创新 in Chinese, and the 2 characters appeared nearly 20 times in the latest document for the new five-year plan. But innovation is easier said than done. China is shifting its strategy by focusing on self-reliance in high-tech areas. And this is a lesson that Beijing has learned from the tech battle with Washington. And in addition, China says it will further open up its economy while pursuing green development. Both are listed in the new plan. But the new five-year plan is not the whole story. Economists I've talked to say China is becoming more and more strategic. Because for the very first time, the government document mentions long-term goals for 2035, and China's ambitions are huge. They want to double its current level of GDP by then, which would require a real GDP growth of around 3.5% annually. How will this be achieved? Well, that's likely to be a challenge, but also a hot topic this year. But overall, Zhou Yue, you can see that China is aiming high. It is not just looking at the short-term goals, but also a long-term vision. And we can be sure of one thing, that is what's decided here will impact everyone's lives in the future. And that is exactly why the 2 sessions received so wide attention. That's all from me. Back to you, Zhou Yue.
Thank you very much, Huiyao. And that is very ambitious goals, and also it will have huge impact on the rest of the world.
Of course.
Talking about China can deliver to make those targets met, double its GDP by 2035. Many people say the growth mode has changed. China's growing speed has slowed down. Were we really able to do that? Considering the context, there is also technological conflicts with the United States who are going to claim the high ground. What do you think are the major obstacles going ahead?
Certainly changing international environment is one of the most important obstacles for China's long-term growth. But China is striving to maintain a multilateral world system, and China is doing everything to ensure free trade in the world. But now the United States has changed. I mean, even Joe Biden has to follow some of the policies initiated by Trump. But that was totally wrong. That kind of policy hit China, but also hit the United States.
You mean economic decoupling?
Decoupling, right? I think probably American companies are more affected than some of the most Chinese companies, right? So this is a lose-lose strategy. I really don't understand why Joe Biden wants to continue this policy.
Do you think it will narrow the scope of decoupling compared with Trump?
Well, in some of the areas, probably yes. For example, trade and exchanges of people and also culture, probably President Biden is going to do something. But in terms of technology, President Biden is going to continue many of Trump's policies. I don't think that's good for both countries.
Yeah, obviously there's still a lot of uncertainties from the Biden side. For more from our American perspectives, let's go to our DC correspondents. The two sessions, of course, matters not only here in China, it also has impact, can be felt in the US. And now let's go to our CGTN studio in Washington. Elaine Reyes is there with more. Elaine.
So Yue, Wang Menglang, good to see you both. The world's attention swinging toward Beijing for the next several days to see what the future holds for one of the world's largest economies. And joining me live from here in Washington is Cheng Li. He's the director of the John L. Thornton China Center and a senior fellow in the Foreign Policy Program at the Brookings Institution. So this two sessions comes at a very key time. China appears to be emerging from the pandemic, and we'll hear about the 14th five-year plan. So a blueprint for the years ahead, and it is also the 100th anniversary, the founding of the People's Republic of China. So what do you expect we'll learn?
Well, the expectations are very clear that the meetings will prove the two separate blueprints. One is you just mentioned, the 14th five-year plan. This is from this year to 2025. Use a number, we can see that the per capita GDP is expected to increase from $10,000 now to $12,000 in 2025. But the second one is even longer term. It's called the 2035 vision from 2021 to 2035. So basically, the GDP per capita will increase to $30,000. This is really remarkable. This is 3 times China's current level, and also China's middle class. The number of China's middle class will increase from 400 million now to about 600 million. So this is a really remarkable development, not only for Chinese economy, but also have a very strong impact for China's position in the world.
And that being said, what are people, China watchers outside the country, looking for? What are the most important issues? And you think the biggest takeaway in the days ahead, what will they be looking for?
Well, the Chinese already set the themes, talk about the replacing high-speed growth with high-quality growth, talk about balancing its economy with the supply side structural reform, which still have a lot of barriers to overcome, and also expanding domestic demand while continuing to support the international export markets. Now, the outside world particularly will see what that means by the so-called dual circulation, and also the driving the modernization through innovation and technology advancement. This is very, very important because the techno war is still going on between China and the United States, not completely over yet. And finally, that the Chinese leadership emphasized to promote high-end, intelligent, and green production. We want to see how that translates into climate change and etc. So these are the issues that international community also will look very carefully.
And you mentioned it there, the China-U.S. relationship coming into play, both Beijing and Washington speaking about it within the past 24 hours. Let's listen in to what each side had to say, and I want to get your reaction on the other side. Let's listen.
The diversity of human civilization is a basic feature of the world and the source of human progress. Each country's history, culture, and social system has its own merits, and none is superior to another. We believe that countries with different histories, cultures, and social systems should and can coexist peacefully. China and the United States may have disagreements on certain issues. This is only natural, but cutting off supplies or decoupling hurts others without benefiting oneself. Conflict and confrontation serve no one's interests.
China is fundamentally a competitor of ours. It is a competitive relationship. It is a relationship that has adversarial elements that we all know about. It is a relationship that, when it's in our interest, can have cooperative elements.
So we see this new administration in the U.S. trying to make its mark, and some differing characterizations there between those two people. How do you read this, and what message is each side trying to send to each other at this moment?
Well, I think both sides have a valid point. Certainly, cultural diversity is a value that many countries all around the world people believe this is not a superiority for one culture than the other. And so China is right that you can emphasize this cultural diversity and inclusiveness and tolerance. But on the other hand, that the United States has a valid point, and certainly the competition defines the U.S.-China relations. Competition is not that bad, because that the administration also mentioned that within the competition framework, in certain areas we need to cooperate from each other, like climate change and etc.
So it's still early, though. We know that these two countries have to work together when it comes to trade, and you mentioned there is this tech competition. So we see these issues already being addressed. How do you see ties with China progressing under the Biden administration?
Well, I'm hopeful. I think that there's still only a couple of months that since he become the president. I think that one should not expect that the whole thing will dramatically change. But on the other hand, we should first of all we should know the Chinese is really in good position in many ways, because China's economic recovery is remarkable. China's GDP growth last year was 3.5%. It's really the best economy you can say compared with the major economic powers. And also Chinese economy in last year was 10% bigger than that of 2019. And also China handled well despite the early weeks of the coronavirus. Certainly China in terms of death toll and infection rate is pretty low. And also it's a relatively maintained social political stability. And also the poverty elimination that the Chinese leadership emphasized, particularly Xi Jinping emphasized, certainly have a very positive result. And the country now can claim there's no absolute poverty. So, and also that you see the growing international influence despite some of the challenges still China needs to face. So Beijing believes that it will take a long time for the U.S. to recover from COVID-19, racial and political divides, economic structure problems, and serious domestic economic disparity. Now, also compare with China and the United States, China's GDP is expected to surpass the United States in 2028. In 7 years, so 2 years earlier, because of COVID-19. This is according to the economists, not only Chinese economists, but also many IMF and other foreign economists. And also in 2035, this is what Chinese call the 2035 vision, U.S. economy will likely be only 75% of Chinese economy. Now, this is the Chinese perspective. But also Chinese certainly understand that there's a lot of restraints and from Biden administration. And but you look at the four top agenda: COVID-19, economic recovery, and racial justice or social economic equality, and finally climate change. At least three of them, the number 1, number 2, and number 4, related to China's cooperation. U.S. is in a much better position if we cooperate with China, whether it be COVID-19 recovery, and whether it be economic recovery, and also will be climate change.
And Chung-Li, we will have to leave it there. We are out of time, but all things to look forward to in the coming months ahead. Always great to get your take. Thank you so much for joining us. And that is it from me here in Washington, D.C. Now back to Beijing with more coverage of China's 2 sessions. Zoe Wei, Mang, back to you.
Well, thanks so much, Elaine. And we could heard that Chung-Li had shared his optimism with us. And of course, it takes time and will and wisdom to try to get China-U.S. relations back on the right track.
So, Professor Yao, I want to ask you the question. As Biden has been saying, there are adversarial part, there are cooperative part. But the question is, where's the line? And is there a line?
Well, for the U.S., actually, the line is quite murky. For Chinese, that's actually quite clear. We should cooperate in every aspect. Even on technological front, I think cooperation is going to be good for both countries. Well, there is a competition. I mean, this is a business, right? In the business world, the companies compete with each other. But that doesn't mean there should be any cooperation. Even between those competitors, there are a lot of cooperations. You probably know more than me, I do, right? So the coupling between China and the United States is going to hurt American companies probably more than hurting Chinese companies.
But our problem is we don't think they have an agreement that has a bearing on our decision making. Because when we talk about dual circulation, that means there are a lot of unpredictable, unreliable external factors. Then how can we plan and decide on our policies?
Yeah, that makes decisions quite hard in China. On one side, we open up our market, we still seek cooperation. But on the other hand, we have to prepare for the worst scenario, right? So for us, there is a question of how to draw the line between those two things, right?
And the worst scenario could be the most expensive scenario for both sides.
Yeah, exactly. Right.
And maybe not just only China and the U.S., but it's also hurting other countries as well. Let me get your perspective, Mr. Vutka. Many say that the relationship between China and the U.S. is too big to fail. So if things go wrong, or if China and the U.S. continue on this path of competition, does any country or any other party has to gain from this?
As Professor Yao said, it's a lose-lose proposition. If the US and China have a trade war, that's one thing. What we are more worried about is the technology war, and let alone the financial war. Keep in mind that the West has imposed sanctions on Russia. What kind of damage that did to the Russian economy? I know we are all in there together, but at the same time, also Europe has a lot of issues, not only with the US but also with China. We are in the middle of that. 2 years ago, I think it was that Europe has labeled China as a partner, competitor, and rival, very similar to what we just heard. And I think China just has to take that very serious. I guess it's very important for China to see where the definitions are of the European Union in order to label China a partner, competitor, and rival, in order to engage in a dialogue that actually emphasizes the partner in these definitions.
Now, this landmark deal between China and the EU, could that deal really bring the two sides closer on the path of cooperation?
No, clearly we have two agreements settled last year. They are not ratified in the one case, but the geographic indications safeguarding the names of 100 Chinese products in Europe as well as 100 European products here is already a breakthrough. Keep in mind that Europe and the US don't have such an agreement, for example. And then we have the investment agreement, which of course will help more on transparency, partnership, and so forth. But we should not overemphasize the kind of what it can achieve. It is the step in the right direction. And keep in mind that still this has to be ratified by the European Parliament, and human rights is high on their list. It's very complicated for us to get this over this hump.
You're seeing as the live feed from the Great Hall of the People in about 2 minutes. The opening of the NPC session this year will begin. let me follow up on your question. Because Europe is actually caught between a rock and a hard place, the global value chain is connected. For example, semiconductors. If the US decided to cut off from China's technosphere, what are going to be Europeans do about it?
Well, first it happens, it's going to hurt European interests here because high-tech semiconductors are, for example, in German cars. Every car has 140 small computers. We need the semiconductors from the US or from Holland or from Taiwan in order to actually function. So definitely a tech war is going to be the worst solution and will cut down the potential that the Chinese market has for us. Keep in mind that we believe that in the next 10 years the Chinese growth will represent 35% of global growth, as much as the entire OECD countries all put together. Now we really
Europeans hate leaving this market.
Well, I mean, for us, it is the biggest growth market. At this stage, it is not as important as the US market. It's half, as a matter of fact.
But how do you know in 10 years' time?
Well, 10 years' time, 30% growth over the next 10 years makes it clear that it is a big market. And in my case, representing a chemical company, China stands for 60% of global growth and will be
60%.
60 will be half of global production chemistry in 2030. So, hey. That says it all about the importance of
Professor
the
Yang, that rationale also goes to American companies. China probably promises more than 50% of a lot of products in the world. How can American businesses decide on saying goodbye if there's a different?
Yeah, exactly. Like GM is actually becoming a Chinese company, right? 60% of its cars are sold in China. So that's why in the US, most of the business are against the Trump administration's policy toward China. Even on semiconductor industry, those semiconductor manufacturers actually were quite angry about that policy because China is the biggest market for them.
Yeah.
I think Trump policy will play a huge role for China to realize the risk and for China to invest heavily into semiconductor industry. And then for those low precision chips, probably in 5 years, China
we're catching up.
We're catching up. I mean, the goal is to reach 70% of self-reliance. I think that goal is achievable. And when China achieves that goal, then German companies, German car makers don't need to worry about semiconductors anymore. And American companies are going to be excluded from the Chinese market. Right.
As we just heard from the other guest, he was saying that China's GDP could surpass that of the US in 2028, and that's even before China plans to double the size of its economy by 2035. Are we on course to achieve that?
Yeah, every year when I teach my MBA students, I do a forecast. Yeah. That's also my number, 2028. I think that's quite achievable if China can maintain 5.5%.
That will happen
rate.
in the time of the 14th five-year plan.
Almost at the end.
All right, we're now watching the live pictures from the Great Hall of the People in the heart of the Chinese capital. In the heart of the Chinese politics, the fourth session of the 13th National People's Congress will start very soon. State and party leaders are now pouring into the podium. Deputies will very soon listen to Premier Li Keqiang's report on the government's work over the past year, a very challenging year for China and the rest of the world. And they will also be providing their own insights and probably recommendations and suggestions on China's reform and development plan over the next week.
Yeah, these meetings are always important, but this year it is especially noteworthy given the fact that we are at a critical juncture in time.
It is a transitional year.
Exactly. China will have this short-term and long-term plan for the next 5 to 15 years. And also the centenary of the Communist Party of China will be celebrated in July, and that, of course, is another milestone for the party.
And of course, the work report by Premier Li will probably give some hints about China's development priorities. What will be the targets for this year's economic growth, employment, taxation, budget. We will have a chance to listen to the details in the coming hour.
Yeah.
各位代表，第13届
Dear
全国人民
deputies,
代表大
the
会
fourth annual session of the 13th National People's Congress has a quorum of 2,953.
今天的会议
Today,
出席
the actual attendance is 2,953 are absent, and the actual attendance number is up to the standard. Now I declare
中华人民共和国
that the People's Republics of China's fourth annual session of the 13th NPC officially opens.
请全体起立。
Please all rise.
唱国
Sing
歌
national anthem. Please take your seats.
各位代表，
Deputies,
今天的全体会议有
in
7
today's
项
annual session, there are 7 items on the agenda, and now let's begin the first one.
审议政府
To
工作报
deliberate
告。
the report on government's work.
下面请
Now
国务院
let's
总理
invite
李克强同志
Premier Li
做报告。
Keqiang to deliver the report.
Fellow deputies,
现在，我代表国务院
on behalf of the
向
State
大会
Council,
报告政府
I
工
will
作，
now report to you on the work
请予审
of the
议，
government.
并请
I ask
全
for
国
your
政协委
deliberation
员
and
提出
approval
意
of
见。
it. I also ask for members of the National Committee
2020
of the CPPCC for their comments.
过去一年
1.
在
A
新
review
中国
of
历
our
史
work
上
in 2020.
极不平凡。
Last year was
面对
extraordinary
突如其来的
in the
新
history
冠
of the
肺炎
People's
疫情
Republic of China, facing the combined adverse impact of a sudden epidemic and a deep global economic recession.
在以习近平同志为核心的党中央
Under the strong leadership of the CPC Central Committee with Comrade Xi Jinping at its
顽
core,
强拼搏，
the Chinese people
履行防
responded
控
with
取得
tremendous
重大战略成果
tenacity.
在全球主
We
要
achieved
经济
major strategic success in our
唯一
response to
实现
COVID-19, and China was the world's only major economy to achieve a positive growth.
全面胜
We
利，
attained a complete victory in the fight against
全
poverty,
面建成小康社会，
and we scored decisive achievements in securing a full victory in building a moderately prosperous society in all respects.
可以载
Indeed, our achievements, which have won the approval of our people and the global recognition, will be remembered
发
in
展
history.
主要目标任务
Our development goals and tasks
我国改
for
革
the
开
year
放
were
和社会主义
accomplished,
现代化建设
and major
又
headways
取得
have been made in China's reform, opening up, and socialist modernization drive.
在艰辛的抗疫历程中，
Throughout this fierce battle against COVID-19, the CPC Central Committee
生命之
put protecting the people and human life above everything else.
亲自部署，
With General Secretary Xi Jinping personally taking charge and making response decisions. And thanks to the tireless efforts of all of us, our gains in controlling COVID-19 were continuously consolidated. We made well-timed adjustment to our response approaches. We improved routine control mechanisms and effectively suppressed several local outbreaks. With these actions, we fully protected the health and safety of the people and created the conditions for returning to normal life and work. Over the past year, we carried out the following work to implement the decisions and plans of the CPC Central Committee and respond to COVID-19 and advance economic and social development. First, we formulated and implemented macro policies to meet the urgent needs of market entities and kept the fundamentals of the economic development, facing shocks of severity rarely seen before. Based on what we have done to ensure stability on 6 key fronts, we carried out the tasks of maintaining security in 6 key areas, particularly job security, basic living standards, and the operation of market entities. By maintaining security, we were able to deliver stability while also pursuing progress based on China's realities. We refrained from pumping money onto the market. We took decisive measures to strike balance between various macro policies. Using approaches of reforms and innovation, we helped macro, small and medium enterprises and self-employed individuals, which are large in number, extensive in scope, and took the most direct hit from COVID-19. By making both time-limited large-scale tax and fee cuts and institutional arrangements, we reduced the tax for more than 2.6 trillion yuan this year, including 1.7 trillion yuan in social insurance premium cuts and exemptions. We adopted new approaches in implementing macro policies. The central government established a mechanism to directly allocate 2 trillion yuan to prefecture and county level governments, while provincial level governments also increased their funding allocations to governments at these levels. And banks were given support to increase loans to businesses. And throughout the year, our GDP grew by 2.3%, and we have accumulated new experience of economic development. Second, we gave top priority to stabilizing employment and ensuring living standards, and effectively safeguarded people's well-being. Employment is pivotal to people's well-being. Our efforts to keep market entities amid at maintaining stable employment and meeting basic living standards. We are working with multiple dimensions and channels to support mass entrepreneurship and innovation by all. Multiple channels were tapped to support rapid growth. A total of 11.86 million urban jobs were added. China, as the largest developing country in the world, has kept overall employment stable in the face of such enormous shock. The supply and price stability of daily necessities was ensured. And we also fought an unprecedented flood. With all these measures, we have protected the safety and security of people's properties. Third, we made decisive progress in the 3 critical battles and achieving major targets and tasks as planned. We increased funding for poverty alleviation by a considerable sum. Counties and villages facing difficulties were placed under special supervision to see that they fully implement our assistance and support policies. We worked hard to reduce poverty through the development of local industries and to promote consumer spending. A total of 5.51 million people were lifted out of poverty in 2020, and all the 52 poor counties were lifted of poverty. We also scored important results in environmental protection and in ensuring blue sky. We also ruled out some major risks for financial instabilities. Fourth, we continued to advance reform and opening up. We improved the system and the mechanisms for the market allocation of production factors. We supported the SOE reform and also the development of private enterprises. Steady progress is made under the framework of the Belt and Road Initiative. Fifth, we vigorously supported technological transformation and innovation. We developed China's international centers for science and technology innovation, and Tianwen-1 Mars mission was successfully launched, and Chang'e 5 lunar mission, and the Fenzhou deeper sea and deep sea manned submersible were all successful. Six, we advanced the new urbanization and the rural revitalization and improved the layouts of urban-rural development and development among regions. Efforts were made to improve the layouts of urban and rural development. Green output continued to increase, and rural revitalization is well underway. We have come up with a number of new policies in revitalizing some of the poor regions in the country. 7, we stepped up law-based administration and promoted social advancement. We submitted 9 legislative proposals to the Standing Committee of the National People's Congress, and we also revised 37 sets of administrative regulations. Schools were reopened in autumn successfully, and the confirmed cases of COVID were treated using national budget. We also improved the efforts of cultural development.
Better public cultural services were provided. Primary level governance in urban and rural areas was enhanced, solid steps were taken to address public complaints, and audit-based oversight was vigorously conducted, and State Council accountability inspections were carried out. We were successful in pursuing China's major country diplomacy. President Xi Jinping and other party and state leaders hosted or attended via video link major diplomatic events, including the extraordinary China-Africa Summit on solidarity against COVID-19, high-level meetings commemorating the 75th anniversary of the United Nations, the 73rd World Health Assembly, the G20 Leaders Summit in Riyadh, and the APEC Economic Leaders Meeting, the 22nd China-EU Leaders Meeting, and East Asia Leaders Meetings on cooperation. We upheld multilateralism and endeavored to build a human community with a shared future. We supported global cooperation on combating COVID-19 and called for building a global health committee. China thus made important contributions to advancing global peace and development. Our work last year was truly challenging. Yet, local authorities and government departments across the country kept in mind the big picture and shouldered responsibilities. Market entities over 100 million in number responded to shocks with fortitude and resilience. People worked hard and fought adversity in close solidarity and with the unyielding spirit of the Chinese nation, thus proving themselves true heroes. This is the well of strength that enables us to rise to every challenge and overcome every difficulty. Fellow deputies, we owe our achievements last year to the strong leadership of the Party Central Committee with Comrade Xi Jinping at its core, to the sound guidance of Xi Jinping thought on socialism with Chinese characteristics for a new era, and to the concerted efforts of the party, the armed forces, and the Chinese people of all ethnic groups. On behalf of the State Council, I wish to express sincere gratitude to all our people and all other political parties, people's organizations, and public figures from all sectors of society. I express sincere appreciation to our fellow countrymen and women in Hong Kong and Macau as they are in Taiwan and overseas. I also wish to express heartfelt thanks to the governments of other countries, international organizations, and friends across the world who have shown understanding and support. While recognizing our achievements, we are also keenly aware of the difficulties and challenges before us. As the coronavirus continues to spread around the world, instability and uncertainty are mounting on the international landscape, and the global economy continues to face grave challenges. Domestically, there are still weak links in our work to control COVID-19. The foundation for achieving our country's economic recovery needs to be further consolidated. Impediments to consumer spending remain, and investment growth lacks sustainability. The SMEs and self-employed individuals are still finding the going tough, and the pressure in maintaining stable employment is mounting. Our innovation capacity in key areas needs to be improved. Some local governments have serious budgetary deficits. In forestalling and diffusing risks in the financial sector, we face formidable tasks. We still have a long way to go in protecting the environment. Many weaknesses in areas that are important to people's basic needs wait to be addressed. There is still room for improvement in government's work. Both formalities and bureaucracies persist to varying degrees. A small number of officials fail to fulfill responsibilities and are unwilling or unable to carry out duties. Corruption still occurs. We will face these problems and challenges squarely, make every effort to make improvements, and do all we can to live up to people's expectations. Second, achievements in the 13th five-year plan period and major targets and tasks for the 14th five-year plan period. Over the past 5 years, China has scored historic new achievements in economic and social development. The economy performed stably overall, and its structure was continuously improved. GDP increased from less than 70 trillion RMB yuan to over 100 trillion yuan. Much was accomplished toward making China a country of innovators, with major advances in manned spaceflight, lunar exploration, deep-sea engineering, supercomputing, and so on. China's success in poverty alleviation has been recognized. Its entire rural poor population was lifted out of poverty, including 9.6 million registered poor people. Regional poverty was successfully eradicated. The daunting task we set ourselves to eliminate absolute poverty has been successfully accomplished. And we have added more than 60 million employment in the urban areas. We have built the world's largest social security system. New achievements were also made in education, healthcare, culture, and other sectors. And our national defense and military development was boosted. Thanks to our hard work in these 5 years, we accomplished major goals and tasks of the 13th five-year plan and made a giant stride toward the rejuvenation of the Chinese nation. The period covered by the 14th five-year plan will be the first 5 years, in which we embark on a new journey to build China into a modern socialist country. China remains in an important period of strategic opportunity for development, yet there are changes in opportunities and challenges. We must have an accurate understanding of this new stage, fully apply new development philosophy, and accelerate efforts to create a new development pattern to pursue high-quality growth. So we will set the stage for building a modern socialist country. In accordance with the recommendations of the Central Committee of CPC for formulating the 14th five-year plan for economic and social development and long-range objectives through the year 2035, the State Council has drawn up the draft outline for the 14th five-year plan for economic and social development and long-range objectives through the year 2035. The draft outline, which was formulated under the guidance of Xi Jinping Thought on Socialism with Chinese Characteristics for a New Era, sets major quantified objectives and tasks for economic and social development during the 14th five-year plan period. The full draft has been submitted to this session for your deliberation and approval. The highlights of the draft outline are as follows: improving the quality and effectiveness of development and maintaining sustained and healthy economic growth. Development is the foundation, and it holds the key for addressing all issues. We should maintain economic cooperation within a proper range, and we will meet the set targets of our economy. We will guarantee the unemployment ratio in urban areas and guarantee stable prices of commodities. Pursuing innovation-driven development and accelerating modernization of the industrial system. The R&D budget of the whole society increased by over 7% year by year. We attempt to put more efforts into this R&D arena than the 13th five-year plan period. And we will build a strong domestic market to construct a new development pattern. We are endeavoring to build a big domestic cycle and to promote the double circulation pattern. We will also do our best to have a village rejuvenation to complete the urbanization reform. And also we will advance rural revitalization by increasing urbanization ratio to over 65%.
Improving regional economic structures and promoting coordinated regional development. We will continue to implement major regional development strategies as well as the strategies for coordinated development across different regions and places. We will take steps to deepen opening up and reform and to constantly add momentum to our development and promote high-quality development of the socialist market systems and build a higher-level open economy. We will promote green development and promote the harmonious coexistence between humanity and nature. Forest coverage has reached 24.1%, and the per capita energy consumption in China and the carbon emission have reduced by 13.5% and 18% respectively. Improving people's well-being and striving for common prosperity. We will do everything we can to improve the well-being of low-income groups and to expand the size of middle class. The average number of years of schooling among the working age populations will rise to 11.3, and the average lifespan will be increased by 1 year, ensuring both development and security and ushering in a new stage in building a peaceful China. Grain output will be maintained above the level of more than 600 million kilos. Looking into the future, we have every reason and confidence to overcome all the difficulties and obstacles on our road ahead and fulfill the goals and tasks in the 14th five-year plan, and thus opening a new stage in the development of socialism with Chinese characteristics. 3. Major tasks for 2021. This year is of particular importance to China as it pursues the modernization drive. To accomplish the government's work, we must, under the strong leadership of CPC Central Committee with Comrade Xi Jinping at its core, and engage the following: Follow the guidance of Xi Jinping's thoughts of socialism with Chinese characteristics for a new era. Implement the guiding principles of the party's 19th National Congress and the 2nd through 5th plenary sessions. Act on the general principles of new development philosophy and create a new pattern of development. Pursue high-quality development, advance supply-side structural reform, and harness reform and innovation as the key source of momentum in our endeavor to meet the fundamental goals of satisfying the people's growing needs for a better life. Apply systems thinking and consolidate and expand the achievements of the COVID-19 response and economic and social development. Ensure better coordination in pursuing development and upholding security. Ensure stability on 6 key fronts and maintain security in 6 key areas. Implement macro policies in a systematic and targeted way. Keep major economic indicators within an appropriate range. Continue to expand domestic demand. Strengthen science and technology to provide strategic support for development. Pursue higher standard opening up, maintain social harmony and stability, and lay a good foundation for the 14th five-year plan and commemorate the centenary of the CPC with outstanding achievements in development. In 2021, China will face many development risks and challenges, but the fundamentals will sustain in a positive manner, and we should stay confident, meet challenges head-on, and consolidate the good fundamentals of social and economic development. The main targets for development this year are as follows. GDP growth will hit 6%. Over 11 million new urban jobs will be created. Surveyed urban unemployment rate will be around 5.5%. CPI increase will be around 3%. Steady increases will be achieved in both the volume and quality of imports and exports. A basic balance of international payments will be struck. Steady growth will be maintained in personal income. Further improvements will be made in environmental protection. Energy consumption per unit of GDP will drop by 3%. Discharge of major pollutants will be further reduced, and green output will be maintained at over 650 million metric tons. China's growth rate is a comprehensive target, and we set this target at over 6% this year. In setting these targets, we have taken into account the recovery of economic activity, and this is conducive to sustainable and healthy development. To do a good job this year, we have to coordinate COVID-19 response and economic development. We have to engage in routine prevention and control of the epidemic and improve targeted prevention and control of the pandemic. We will focus on the following tasks this year.
First, ensuring the continuity, consistency, and sustainability of macro policies to keep major economic indicators within an appropriate range. The macro policies must continue to bail out the market performers so that we will not take a sharp turn, and according to the circumstances, we will timely readjust our macro policies to guarantee the fundamentals of the economy. We will also enhance the efficiency and sustainability of our proactive fiscal policy. In view of the containment of COVID-19 and gradual economic recovery, we have set the deficit to GDP ratio for the year at around 3.2%, slightly lower than that of last year. No COVID-19 bonds will be issued. As government revenues rebound, total government expenditures will be higher this year than last year. We will continue to prioritize increasing support for efforts to ensure employment, living standards, and the operations of market entities. Continued cuts will be made in central government expenditures. including considerable reductions to outlays on non-essential and non-obligatory items. General transfer payments to local governments will be increased by 7.8%, which is significantly higher than last year. This will include growth of more than 10% in both transfer payments for equalizing access to basic public services and rewards and subsidies to ensure basic funding for county-level governments. We will enlarge the scope of allocating budgetary funds to prefecture and county-level governments. This year, 2.8 trillion yuan of central government funding, much larger than last year, will be allocated in this way to provide timely and strong fiscal support to these governments to benefit businesses and people. Governments at all levels should practice fiscal frugality in the interests of the people. We will tighten our belts to ensure a continued increase in spending to meet basic living needs and help sustain and energize market entities. We will continue to implement and improve tax reduction policies. We will do more to help market entities stand firmly on their feet and thrive. We will continue to implement systematic tax cut policies, extend the duration of several temporary policies, and adopt new policies on structural tax reductions to offset the impact of some policy adjustments. The VAT threshold for small-scale taxpayers will be raised from 100,000 yuan to 150,000 yuan in monthly sales. For the micro and small enterprises, we will have the income tax on annual taxable income below 1 million yuan. All local governments should implement tax reduction policies fully and on a timely basis. We will keep our prudent monetary policy flexible and targeted and at a reasonable and appropriate level. We will balance the needs of promoting economic recovery and preventing risks. We will increase the money supply and aggregate financing, and we will maintain a proper and adequate level of liquidity and keep the macro leverage ratio generally stable. We will keep RMB exchange rate stable, and we will continue the policy of allowing micro and small enterprises to defer principal and interest repayments on inclusive finance loans and increase support for inclusive finance via re-lending and rediscounting. We will properly reduce financing guarantee fees for SMEs and improve mechanisms for risk sharing so as to render more profits to the real economy. This year, we will offer smooth financing to the SMEs and reduce the financing cost in a stable fashion. And the employment-first policy will need to be reinforced. We will continue to offer some policy support to enterprises with no workforce cuts, and we will also reduce the insurance fees for the industries and commerce sectors. We will allow innovation to drive employment, and we will also build some pilot projects. For the flexible employees, we will offer the social insurance guarantee, and we will also guarantee the efficient employment of college graduates, migrant workers, and the retired veterans with a number of training. And we will also support different highly skilled workforce and the flexible employees. For those capable employees, we will create more favorable and equitable employment platforms. Second, advancing reforms in key areas and further energizing market entities. While implementing policies to ease enterprises' difficulties, we will also intensify reforms to foster more dynamic and innovative market entities. With our reform, we will further transform the functions of government. We will leverage the decisive role of the market in allocating resources and give better play to the role of government. We will continue to delegate power, and we will expand market access, pilot the reform on the allocation of production factors, and ensure equal protection for the property rights of various market entities. We will streamline the SME deregistration process, and effective regulation is necessary for our efforts to streamline administration and delegate power. We will comprehensively enhance the supervision and oversight responsibility. We will introduce the electric certificate policies to be recognized across the whole nations. So all of those certificates could be handled one-stop online. For those frequent items applied by enterprises, we will guarantee that they could be handled across provinces this year. We will use reform policies to reduce the production and operation cost of enterprises. We will avoid electricity price increase for the SMEs broadband, and the dedicated lines charges we will reduce 10%, and we will also promote the different charges on the highways. And for the height limit and the width limit, we will avoid some limitations in certain checkpoints, and we will also cut the airlines' contributions to Civil Aviation Development Fund by 20%. We will allow the market players to be reassured about their operation. We will also diversify different forms of ownership. We will continue to improve the basic socialist economic system and consolidate and develop public sector and encourage and guide the development of non-public sector. All market entities, regardless of their type, are participants in China's modernization endeavors, and each and every one of them should be treated as equals. We will implement the 3-year action plan for SOE reform and strengthen our returns on state capital, and we will work harder on anti-corruption to avoid the disorderly expansion of capital to safeguard the equitable market field.
We will deepen fiscal and financial reforms and pursuing innovative developments and enhancing international competitiveness. By using multiple channels, we are going to supplement the capitals of SMEs. We will strengthen corporate management and provide more support to SMEs. And we will continue to hold firm to the bottom line of avoiding systemic financial risks. 3. Promoting high-quality development of the real economy through innovation and foster new growth drivers. We will improve scientific and technological innovation, strengthen the technological power of the country, and we will raise our capacity for pursuing scientific and technological innovation in some of the key areas. Basic research is the source of scientific innovation, and we have to invest in this heavily. We will put in place independent selection of scientific research funds and reduce the burden of scientific practitioners so that they can focus on scientific researches and in some of the key areas, and they may therefore make important breakthroughs. We will leverage market forces to encourage enterprises to engage in innovation. We will boost the principal role of enterprises in innovation and encourage leading enterprises to establish innovation consortia. We will expand the channels that bring together enterprises and We will also grant an extra tax reduction of 75% on enterprises' research and development costs. And we will raise this to 100% for manufacturing enterprises. By employing such mechanisms, we can encourage enterprises to increase research and development spending and pursue innovation-driven development. We will ensure the stable operation of industrial and supply chain and improve them. And we will continue to work on 5 priority tasks of cutting overcapacity, reducing excessive housing inventory, and we will refund all due VAT credits to advance the manufacturing enterprises and develop industrial IoT and step up the facility of 5G and 1,000 meg fiber optic networks. Fourth, expanding domestic demand as a strategic move and fully tapping the potential of the domestic market. We will stabilize and expand consumption and develop such industries of healthcare, tourism, and service, and we will also support the effective running of small and macro enterprises, and we support SMEs to use online platforms to come up with new business forms and patterns so that more convenient products and services can be provided to consumers. And we will also guide platform enterprises to reasonably reduce the service charges so that we can dramatically improve the service standards and improve the service environment so that the consumers, they will be willing and capable of spending their money. We will also expand effective investment this year. 3.65 trillion yuan of local government special purpose bonds will be allocated, and the central government will earmark a total of 610 billion yuan for investments. With this money, we're going to build some new type of infrastructures. Government investment will be tilted towards projects which will help improve the people's well-being. Rebuilding and renovation of 53,000 old urban residential communities will begin, and the public service standards will be further raised. Investment approval procedures will be further streamlined, and the business invested project system will be put into practice so that we can bring in more social capital into this general picture. 5. Implementing the rural revitalization strategy across the board and promoting steady development of agriculture and growth in rural incomes. We will continue to promote the development of areas that have been lifted out of poverty, bolster agricultural production, and improve working and living conditions in rural area. We're going to set up a 5-year transition period to support counties lifted out of poverty, and we will take measures to support those lifted of poverty to engage in new job positions. And we will also follow up with more support for those who have been relocated from their inhospitable areas, and we support counties lifted out of poverty in Western China to continue to receive assistance from rural revitalization. And we're going to select some fine agricultural seeds to guarantee the supply of food and grain. Agricultural markets and agricultural product prices will be maintained stable, and food safety will be put at a priority. We're going to take multiple measures to guarantee food safety for 1.4 billion people.
We will take solid steps in advancing rural reform and development. We will improve the system of basic rural operations. We will keep the rural land contract relationships unchanged over the long term and steadily appropriately promote scaled agribusiness operations of various types, and speed up the development of specialized and commercial services. We will guarantee that the tens of millions of farmers could increase their income. 6. Pursuing high standard opening up and promoting stable and improved performance in foreign trade and investment. We will guarantee steady increase of export and imports. We will increase credit support to small and medium foreign trade firms and improve their development quality. New approaches will be explored to develop trading services. We will also adjust the import tariff policies and increase imports of quality products and services. We will also ensure the implementation of negative listing, and we will use foreign investment more effectively. The negative listing for foreign investment will be further cut. We will open the service sector in a well-regulated way. We welcome foreign investors to increase their investment in China to further explore the market opportunities in China. We will promote high-quality Belt and Road cooperation, and we will abide by the market rules in implementing the key projects. We will also improve the efficiency and the quality of our foreign cooperation in that regard. We will deepen multilateral, bilateral, and regional economic cooperation. China stands ready to work with all other nations to open up further to generate mutual benefits. 7th, enhancing pollution prevention and control and ecological conservation and promoting continuous environmental improvement. We will implement the Sustainable Development Strategy. We will continue to intensify efforts to improve the environment by strengthening comprehensive measures on air pollution control and the control of fine particulate matter and ozone pollution. We will also clean up sewage outfalls into seas and rivers and black water bodies in cities. We will further restore our ecological system so that our people could enjoy blue skies and clear water. We will take solid steps toward the goals of achieving peak carbon emissions and carbon neutrality. We will draw up an action plan for the carbon emissions to peak by 2030. We will improve the industrial structure and energy mix. By promoting the clean and efficient use of coal, we will make a push to develop new energy sources. We will also support green financing development with dedicated policies. As a member of the global village, China will take practical measures and concrete actions to contribute to climate change control. And 8th, improving living standards and steadily advancing social development. We will develop more equitable and higher quality education. We will build an education system that ensures the well-rounded development of students. And we will further promote high-quality, well-balanced, and integrated development of compulsory education and improve basic conditions of rural schools. We will also raise the preschool enrollment ratio and enhance adaptability of vocational education. As to continued education, we will support the quality and standardized private schools development. We will also build the first-class discipline system, and we will also solve the issue of schooling for the rural migrant workers' children and continue to have universities and colleges enroll more students from central China and western China. We will ensure the students to live healthily and happily so that every child has the opportunity to fulfill their potential. We will improve the healthcare system. We will continue to advance the Healthy China initiative and carry out extensive patriotic health campaigns. We will build the first aid emergency response system, and we will build a team of village doctors. And we will improve the appointment measures to offer convenience for the patients. For the patients suffering from major diseases, we will guarantee they can access instant care. And with our medical care, we will also increase the subsidies by an average of 30 RMB per person. And as to subsidies for the basic public health services, they will increase by 5 RMB per person. We will also develop a general support mechanism for covering outpatient medical bills and take steps toward reimbursing outpatient bills through unified accounts. As to chronic diseases, we will also try our best to reduce the medical burden for the patients. We will strive to meet people's housing needs. We uphold the principle that housing is for living in, not for speculation. So we will keep the prices of land and housing as well as market expectations stable, particularly in the big metropolises. We will increase supply of government-subsidized rental housing and shared ownership housing. We will ensure well-regulated development of long-term rental housing market so that we can help the youngsters in the urban areas to have a house to live in. We will do more to meet people's basic living needs. We will increase the basic pension for retirees and the subsidies and living allowances for entitled groups. And we will also build a guarantee system to develop community and the elderly care services, including the catering services and other diversified items for that purpose. We will also offer preferential treatment for the community members so that all the members can enjoy the convenience in services. We will also consider the needs of the elderly people so that such smart devices will not cause confusions or any hurdles for the elderly people. We will also refine the social welfare systems for orphans and people with disabilities. We will provide social assistance and support the people in difficulty. We will better meet the intellectual and cultural needs of our people. We will cultivate and promote the core socialist values, carry forward the great spirit forged in the battle against COVID-19, and foster civic virtue. China's press, publishing, radio, film and television, literature, art, philosophy, social science, and archives will continue to flourish. And we will prepare for the Beijing 2022 Winter Olympic and Paralympic Games, and we will continue to strengthen social governance and develop new ways to conduct it. We support social organizations, humanitarian assistance, volunteer services, and charity development. We will protect lawful rights and interests of women, children, elderly, and people with disabilities. We will continue to refine the system for handling public complaints, and we will also strengthen the emergency rescue capacity and disaster prevention, mitigation, response, and relief capabilities. We will improve the system of accountability for workplace safety and improve the crime prevention and control system so as to guarantee the stability and safety of the society. Fellow deputies, in face of new tasks and challenges, governments at all levels must be keenly aware of the need to maintain political integrity, think in big picture terms, follow leadership core, and keep in alignment with Central Party leadership. We will stay confident in the path of socialism with Chinese characteristics, and we will uphold General Secretary Xi Jinping's core position and uphold the Party Central Committee's authority and its centralized leadership. We will follow Party Central Committee with Xi Jinping and his core in thinking, stance, and action practice. And we will implement the laws, subject ourselves to the oversight of People's Congresses and the Standing Committee, and submit to the democratic oversight of CPPCC public oversight and oversight through public opinion. We will strengthen auditing-based oversight. We will support trade unions, communist youth league organizations, women's federations, and other people's organizations. We will improve party conduct, and government officials must subject themselves to the oversight of the law, supervisory bodies, and the people. We will intensify efforts to build a clean government and prevent misconduct and corruption. China's economic growth has already generated remarkable growth, but to realize full modernization, there is still a long way to go. We must continue our hard work, and we must bear in mind the reality that China is still in the primary stage of socialism and run our affairs well. For all of us in government, we must always remain that people are the first in our minds, and we must guard against pointless formalities and bureaucracies and one-size-fits-all approaches, and we must truly lighten the burden on all those working on the ground. We must remain vigilant, be prepared for adversity, face difficulty squarely, and shoulder responsibility bravely to prevent and defuse various risks and potential dangers. We should keep everyone motivated in advancing reform and opening up, and further energize market entities and unlock social creativity. In the course of pursuing development, we will take steps to address imbalances and inadequacies in development. We must take on responsibility, work hard, and continue creating achievements to meet the expectation of our people. Fellow deputies, we will continue to apply and improve the system of regional ethnic autonomy and fully implement the party's policies on ethnic affairs. We will forge a strong sense of community among the Chinese people and encourage all China's ethnic groups to work in concert for common prosperity. We will implement the party's basic policy on religious affairs and work to guide religions in adapting to socialist society. We will fully carry out the party's policies on overseas Chinese affairs, safeguard the lawful rights and interests of Chinese nationals residing abroad, returned overseas Chinese, and relatives of overseas Chinese nationals. By so doing, we will pull the tremendous strength of all the sons and daughters of the Chinese nation. Last year, major success was attained in the development of national defense and the armed forces. Our people's forces, with complete competence and fine conduct, safeguarded China's national security and participated in epidemic control. This year, we will thoroughly implement Xi Jinping's thinking on strengthening the armed forces and the military strategy for the new era, ensure the party's absolute leadership over the people's armed forces, and strictly implement the system of ultimate responsibility resting with the chairman of the Central Military Commission. Bearing in mind the goals set for the centenary of the People's Liberation Army, we will enhance the political loyalty of the armed forces, strengthen them through reform, science, technology, and training of capable personnel. We will boost military training and preparedness across the board, and we will improve the layout of defense-related science, technology, and industry and enhance the defense mobilization system. We in government at all levels should vigorously support the development of national defense and the armed forces and conduct extensive activities to promote mutual support between civilians and military. Fellow deputies, we will stay true to the letter and spirit of the principle of one country, two systems, under which the people of Hong Kong administration and people of Macau administration would govern their own region with a degree of autonomy. We will improve relevant systems and mechanisms of the two SCRs for enforcing the Constitution and basic laws, and implement the laws and mechanisms for the two regions to safeguard national security. We will guard against and deter external forces' interference in the affairs of the two regions and support them as they grow their economies and improve people's lives so as to maintain long-term prosperity. We remain committed to the major principles and policies on work related to Taiwan, to the One China principle and the 1992 consensus, and to promoting the peaceful growth of relations across the Taiwan Strait and China's reunification. We will remain highly vigilant against and resolutely deter any separatist activity seeking Taiwan independence. We will improve systems to safeguard the well-being of Taiwan compatriots and ensure that they enjoy same treatment on China's mainland as local residents. We will promote exchanges, cooperation, and integrated development across Taiwan Strait to bring a bright future of rejuvenation. China will pursue an independent foreign policy of peace. We will actively work to develop global partnerships and promote the building of a new type of international relations and a human community with a shared future. We will continue to pursue the policy of opening up and cooperation and work to make the system of global governance fairer and more equitable. We will continue to deepen international and regional cooperation and actively participate in international cooperation to prevent and control major infectious diseases. China remains committed to pursuing peaceful coexistence and common development with all other countries in accordance with the principle of mutual respect, equality, and mutual benefit. China will join hands with them to meet global challenges and work tirelessly to promote world peace and prosperity. Fellow deputies, as we shoulder heavy responsibilities, we must forge ahead with even greater resolve. Let us rally more closely around the Party Central Committee with Comrade Xi Jinping at its core. Hold high the great banner of socialism with Chinese characteristics. Follow the guidance of Xi Jinping thought on socialism with Chinese characteristics for a new era. And push forward in a concerted effort to complete the objectives and tasks for this year and celebrate the centenary of the Communist Party of China with outstanding achievements. To build China into a great modern socialist country that is prosperous, strong, democratic, culturally advanced, harmonious, and beautiful, let each and every one of us keep making tireless efforts to fulfill the Chinese dream of national rejuvenation.
Premier Li Keqiang used less than an hour to give a report on his government's work in 2020. Obviously, the government did pretty much everything on economic and social progress. First of all, GDP growth achieved 2.3%, employing more than 11 million people. And talking about this year, his government promised to deliver economic growth of at least 6%. And also, he promised to increase spending in R&D.
Yeah, and creating more than 11 million new urban jobs.
And you're now watching our special broadcast on the NPC's opening here on CGTN. Don't go away. And the Chinese Premier Li Keqiang just announced China's targets for development this year.
The main targets for development this year are as follows: GDP growth of over 6%, over 11 million new urban jobs, a surveyed urban unemployment rate of around 5.5%, CPI increase of around 3%, steady increases in both the volume and quality of imports and exports, a basic equilibrium in the balance of payments, steady growth in personal income, a further improvement in the environment, a drop of around 3% in energy consumption per unit of GDP, a continued reduction in the discharge of major pollutants, grain output of over 650 million metric tons.
So despite COVID in 2020, we still achieved economic growth of 2.3%. But last year, Professor Zhao, we didn't set a target, and this year it is a 6% target. What do you make of the number?
Well, I think that's either target. It's about the last year, in the first quarter, the Chinese economy dropped by 6.8%. So this first quarter of this year, if we can just fill that gap, it's going to be 6.8% growth already, right? So it's either target. I think most economists believe China is going to reach 8% growth rate. China was the first country to walk out the pandemic, and China's export increased dramatically last year compared with other countries. Right? I believe this kind of momentums are going to continue this year. That's going to sustain a lot of growth in China.
If we put 2020 and 2021 together, that means the growth is just 8%. Is that satisfactory?
No, this year we're going to have 8%, right? But
6%,
yes,
at least 6%.
8%.
Last year is 2%.
Right, but last year, for the whole country, it dropped 4% to 5%. 2% for China was good enough, right? But as I said, I think this year probably China is going to grow by 8%.
Yeah. Well, senior leaders have expressed their confidence in China's economic trajectory, but given the complexity and uncertainties in the world situation, from the demand side, China's export may face a lot of challenges.
Well, first of all, let me say, listening to Prime Minister Li Keqiang, I think what he did was a justified victory lap about the achievement of last year. 2% was extremely good given circumstances. And I fully agree with Professor Zhao that actually, given the low base of last year, 8% should be achievable. So 6% is actually signaling don't overemphasize GDP. That's my taste. The complexity in the world has increased. The tech war, the finance situation with America in particular has made it more difficult for China to project. But at the same time, don't forget that China is a huge domestic economy. Actually, taking aside high tech, the economy can do very well a long time with actually growing with the consumption story. That's what dual circulation is all about. Get even more independent from global demand, get domestic consumption going. And so the shock waves, I think, for the Chinese economy will be manageable.
I want to ask a question. What will the rest of the world think of this 6% growth? What is it for them? For example, the material exporters and also the technology sellers.
Well, we hope, of course, that this growth, again, I think it's going to be 8%, is going to translate into more demand, which then requires a bigger opening of the Chinese economy. I mean, last year, European Union sold to China 500 million euro a day.
Record.
So that shows that our products can do well, but I think they can do much better. After all, China is selling 1 billion euro to the European Union every day. So I would say that we love China to grow. We are at this stage really partly dependent on the China success story. And as I pointed out, the long term, the way China has been growing and will grow 30% of global growth in the next 10 years indicates that on the GDP side, really I see no problem. I see more problems of achieving the emission reduction targets that Li Keqiang just was talking about.
This dual circulation strategy, meaning that China is trying to put emphasis on its domestic consumption, does that mean that we are going to see perhaps a drop in reliance on foreign industries or exports?
Well, of course, I hope not. I think there should be a stronger international trade going on, but of course the Chinese government is very eager in order to prevent shocks to their domestic supply chain by having all of a sudden no semiconductors or no machinery or no software available. So I can understand the kind of urge for self-reliance, but at the same time I hope that it doesn't mean that China turns its back towards the global economy and looks inward. That would be good, and also would not be good for China.
I want to follow up on that, Professor Yao, because unexpectedly, China's trade jumped dramatically in 2020, despite the global COVID situation. Do you think this will continue down into 2021?
I think at least in the first half of this year, China's export is still going to grow because other countries' production is recovering much more slowly than China does, right? So China continues to supply goods to other countries. But probably into the second half of this year, when other countries' production resume, then China's export is going to...
Which part do you mean? In North America, Europe?
North America, Japan, probably also Europe. Right.
But also China has been so successful in exporting because China has the products for lockdown. Medical equipment, masks,
PPEs.
And everyone wants an iPad, all made in China. Everyone wants a new phone. I mean, China had the perfect product mix for a lockdown situation. And again, the fact that we like to get out of lockdown eventually would mean that at least this market might be shrinking. Possibly first in the US and then maybe next year in Europe as well.
Now let's take a look at the dual circulation strategy. From this year forward, China's economic development will be guided by a strategy that it refers to as dual circulation. Now, this strategy, introduced by President Xi Jinping in May 2020, is enshrined in guidelines for the country's 14th five-year plan. Is it a paradigm shift in the Chinese economy? Our special series on dual circulation will give you answers. And today, our first episode gives us an overview.
Heading into 2021, the global economic outlook remains weak. But amid geopolitical tensions and looming threats, China's economy held steady as the country has always planned for the long term. In May 2020, Chinese President Xi Jinping first introduced the concept of a dual circulation development pattern. 5 months later, dual circulation development was officially included in the proposals for the country's midterm blueprint, the 14th Five-Year Plan for National Economic and Social Development. So, what exactly is the dual circulation pattern? This economic strategy is founded on two components: domestic circulation, which refers to economic activities within China, and international circulation, which relates to China's economic links abroad. In the dual circulation pattern, domestic and foreign markets complement and reinforce one another, with the domestic market as the linchpin.
强化国内经济大循环，有利于增强
Strengthening the domestic circulation can enhance the resilience of economic development and promote international economic exchange, so that the dual circulation pattern can be achieved.
Domestic circulation means China is shifting from an export-led economy towards one that's consumption-driven. One strong indicator of this push lies in retail sales figures. Official data shows that total retail sales of consumer goods have been increasing for more than a decade until COVID-19 struck in January of 2020. After 6 months of negative growth in consumption due to the pandemic, domestic demand is chugging smoothly along once again. But for China to rely on its population of 1.4 billion people to boost consumption, this means that more citizens must have a bigger amount of disposable or surplus income to spend. It also means China will prioritize small and medium-sized enterprises, which are backed by its rising middle class. It's also focusing its efforts on diversifying consumer service sectors in areas such as health, culture, sports, and tourism. To offset the fallout from the pandemic and stimulate consumption, local authorities in major cities have been dispersing cash vouchers to encourage residents to eat out and shop.
Paying attention to domestic circulation and new consumer service sectors have become the focus of economic development. Following the country's dual circulation pattern, we've held hundreds of shopping activities. Total consumption has topped 1 billion yuan.
In the proposals for drafting the 14th Five-Year Plan, innovation is regarded as the primary driver of China's development. The quality and sustainability of domestic circulation depends on scientific and technological innovation. The U.S. crackdown on China's strategic high-tech sector has partly given impetus for the country to step up its self-sufficiency in science and technology. In 2019, China's investment in scientific research increased by 12.5%, up from a year ago. The state has extended supportive policies for areas such as big data, 5G, and artificial intelligence. As the leading manufacturer of goods, accounting for 28% of the world's manufacturing output, the country aims to integrate innovation into all sectors and upgrade industrial chains. These have allowed the country to quickly resume production of medical and health supplies the world needed to fight the coronavirus. Some say that the dual circulation pattern is a sign that China is turning its back on the world. President Xi Jinping has stressed that this is not the case.
The new development pattern is not a closed domestic circulation, but a more open domestic and international dual circulation. This dual circulation not only suits China's development, but will also benefit people of all countries.
International circulation means China will keep pursuing opening up its markets and economy to foreign investment and free trade. As global economies make their way out of their COVID-19-induced recession, China's dual circulation pattern will be an important driver for economic growth. Dual circulation aims to forge stronger cooperation with its trade partners. The world stands to benefit from this new economic strategy.
So let's talk a little bit about this dual circulation strategy. A lot of people are still not so sure about the exact definition of it. The dual circulation, is it only about supply, about market, about technology, about rules? What are the boundaries between the two circulations?
We have to look into the history a little bit. Right? Over the last 30 years, China's economic growth has benefited a lot from economic opening, that is the international circulation, right? But now the United States is trying to decouple with China, and is also trying to drag its allies in Europe to go along with it, right? So China has to prepare itself for decoupling, right? So I think that's the key for dual circulation. So that's why we add in domestic circulation in this equation, right? So we have to develop our own markets, we have to develop our own industry, our own technology. So that's, I think, the essence of dual circulation.
So in essence, is it going to be very resilient and adaptable to the whole global picture?
Yeah, exactly. I totally agree with you. Resilience is the right word, right? So opening is still the main theme of China's economic growth, but we have to build a more resilient economy.
Okay, we have another China expert on the line to talk about the government work report. Analysis on this, we have our guest, Robert Lawrence Kuhn, by Skype. He is a public intellectual and the chairman of the Kuhn Foundation. Good morning, Mr. Kuhn. What did you take most from the government report of Premier Li?
The uniqueness of the government report is that it sits at the demarcation of the completion of China's first centenary goal, 2020, the moderately prosperous society, with the remarkable achievement of eradicating all absolute poverty. The centenary goal, of course, this year, 2021, is the 100th anniversary of the Communist Party of China. And it sits at the commencement of China's second centenary goal to 2050, building a fully modernized socialist country, which will be the 100th anniversary of the People's Republic of China in 2049, which will be basically achieved, which was the innovation at the 19th CPC National Congress, by 2035. So this work report sits in that, at the demarcation, at that boundary point. That's why it's so fascinating. Obviously, Premier Li Keqiang looked backwards to begin with China's remarkable success in containing COVID-19, the economic recovery to great credit of the Chinese people, commented on eliminating absolute poverty, setting up the world's largest insurance system, the space achievements, Moon, Mars, deep sea, all of these were very important, plus the challenges. He was very honest about that. Financial challenges in the markets, small and medium-sized enterprises, the environment, etc. Then he shifted for the major part to the future, and that's what everybody's looking to, the beginning of this new stage of development that will reach to 2035 and then ultimately to 2050 with the 14th five-year plan to commence. So it's a 5-year plan, 2021 to 2025, then it's a 15-year plan to 2035, and then a 30-year plan to 2050. And that's what we see beginning today. And that's the excitement that I feel. And the key elements you read into it is a great emphasis on innovation. In the new development stage, President Xi had the vision of the new concepts of development. Originally was 5 major concepts of development. Innovation is number 1, and then coordination, green is number 3, continue to open, and then sharing. This vision of the future is the primary read, led by science and technology. That's the key. Other elements, SOE reform, all of those are things that we expect, and we've heard it before. But I look to innovation, science and technology, and also I heard very carefully a greater emphasis on basic science research, because this will be the powering of science and technology in China.
As lawmakers are trying to finalize the plans for China's next 5 to 15 years, we also want to talk about a major achievement, poverty alleviation. Now, with China having eradicated extreme poverty, what do you think of its upcoming rural revitalization drive? Is China on course to achieve that, or will it need to consolidate and expand the past achievements to make sure that people there who have been lifted out of poverty will have the ability to sustain themselves in the next phase?
Sure, all of these are very relevant issues because eradicating absolute or extreme poverty, of course, does not mean that relative poverty is not a serious problem. China still has very large imbalances regionally between urban and rural areas, and I was very impressed at this transformation between poverty alleviation to rural vitalization, and the two are really contiguous. One just follows naturally from the other, because during the poverty alleviation campaign, I was always asking, what comes next? Many people who have been lifted out of poverty, because many of them just get over that line, the line as it's defined quantitatively and qualitatively in terms of basic necessities of life, everything from adequate health care and education to flush toilets, as well as the quantitative amount of disposable income that they have. People get right above that. They qualify. They're out of absolute poverty, but they're vulnerable. Suppose they get sick or ill, or they have one person working in the family and she gets sick or has a problem. And so there has to be a continuous approach. But the transformation is not to move from poverty alleviation to rural vitalization. And the ultimate goal there, and it's a multi-decade vision, is that the standard of living in rural areas will be basically at the same kind of level, maybe not exactly, but pretty much the same as urban areas. This is going to take a long time, maybe to mid-century, but still that's the vision, and that's what we see. So there's a dual concept in rural vitalization. Number one is this grand vision for the future, but number two is really to protect the gains that poverty alleviation had. So I don't think there's going to be any let up on the pressure on local officials to keep focused on poverty.
Yeah. And actually, the poverty story hinges on the growth story, because economic growth will finally give the boost to poverty relief work. But the next 5-year plan will stress a switch from high speed to high quality growth. The economic gears will change, comparing with the previous change from rural economy to manufacturing economy. What is the difficulty this time?
It's a qualitative difference in difficulty. China had remarkable achievement during its reform and opening up era in terms of hardworking people willing to work for low wages on an international scale. It was better than what they had on the farm. So it was really a win-win situation. But that old system is no longer viable, because the workers, as they legitimately have earned more and more money, some of those cheaper products are no longer viable on the world scene, and that's fine. Other areas of the world in South Asia, in Africa, can begin doing those lower cost products. But China now needs to have higher gross margin products, more technology, more branding, more gross margin. And when you do that, the risks are higher. And so it's a new way of thinking. It's not just the same kind of approach with some basic rules, policy support, capital. No, there are cultural aspects here too, in terms of what it takes to be innovative and what are the hindrances against innovation. And China has some long traditions in terms of its seniority system, and some of those things probably will have to be changed in order for China to really maintain the vision of putting innovation in first place.
All right, thank you so much, Dr. Robert Kuhn, for your insights. Appreciate it. And now let's go live to our reporter Dong Xue, who is joining us from the Media Center in Beijing. Hi there, Dong Xue. So talk to us your takeaways from the opening session. And we understand that several ministers will soon meet the press. Tell us more about that.
Well, Mama, so the National People's Congress, or NPC, has just started its opening session. Over 3,000 deputies from provinces, autonomous regions, and municipalities are gathered for a full session at the Great Hall of the People. Well, the NPC basically works kind of like the American Congress, with the deputies having lawmaking rights. For the opening session earlier, all eyes are on the government work report, of course, especially the country's economic growth targets. China didn't set a growth target last year because of the coronavirus pandemic and all the uncertainties it caused. So just now at the opening of this year's NPC, Premier Li Keqiang has announced that the country will set a GDP growth target over 6% this year. Well, last night at the fourth session of the 13th NPC press briefing, some 10 agendas were announced by the spokesperson, including review and draft outlines for the 14th five-year plan, and also to deliberate a draft NPC decision on improving the electoral system of the Hong Kong SAR. And we will be expecting more detailed information to be released as the session goes on. Well, having said all that, this year's gathering is particularly important because it marks the start of China's 14th five-year plan. This grants the leadership an opportunity to outline this country's socio-economic blueprint for the next half-decade. The plan is likely to shape political meetings on policies and projects that cut across industries. It will finalize after the session is closed. Another reason why this year's meeting carries extra political weight because 2021 marks the centenary since the Communist Party of China was founded. So we can expect discussions and proposals related to this historic occasion. Of course, China's success in containing COVID-19 while still keep the economy right on track will also shape the political message for this year. Well, and also I'd like to introduce this special minister corridor, which is about to kickstart in just a couple of minutes. This is a scheme introduced since 2016. It's like a press stakeout in the West, but more organized. The media can talk to ministers one-on-one here. And as for this year, the press are expecting ministers from the health sector, as well as those working in foreign affairs, industry, and information technologies. And so far, issues related to coronavirus vaccines and China's drive towards technological self-reliance have topped the agenda. Mama.
Yeah, thank you so much, Dong Xue, for bringing us that. And we know that because of the pandemic, this year's meeting is a combination of both physical and virtual ones. The journalists and ministers will be staying miles away at different venues for that corridor. And now let's get back to the government work report. Premier Li Keqiang says that China will continue upholding multilateralism and engaging in regional trade and economic cooperation. Take a listen.
We will deepen multilateral, bilateral, and regional economic cooperation. We will continue to uphold the multilateral trading regime. We will work for the early entry into force and implementation of the Regional Comprehensive Economic Partnership Agreement and the signing of the China-EU Comprehensive Agreement on Investment. We will accelerate China's free trade negotiations with Japan and the Republic of Korea. China will actively consider joining the Comprehensive and Progressive Agreement for Trans-Pacific Partnership. We will promote the growth of mutually beneficial China-US business relations on the basis of equality and mutual respect. China stands ready to work with other countries to achieve mutual benefits on the basis of greater mutual opening.
Multilateralism. China has always been saying we want to maintain our multilateralist approach. But ironically, America also claimed they won't go back to multilateralism. They're going to you, Europeans, allies, to go multilateralism. Any difference there?
Well, first of all, the US has completely changed its approach towards multilateralism in January from someone who's basically left WTO, who didn't pay into WHO, who wanted to leave NATO, to someone like that joined up right away for WTO. Now we have a new Secretary General. So the US has been partly coming back, and we have to see how that fits into the global system. There has to be more coordination, there has to be more cooperation in many ways. But again, the rift between China and some of the OECD countries is very deep and will be very difficult to overcome. Multilateralism was the key to our globalization success story, and now we are facing so many uncertainties that sometimes business is holding back investment because we don't know how the world's going to look like in 5 years.
Because the reason I asked this, Professor Yao, is because multilateralism has a problem, and that's why America turned its back during the Trump administration. But do you think Biden administration can change the rationale behind America turning back towards itself?
Well, that's a good question. I believe President Biden is an internationalist, and he has this mindset of the old American elites, which to me is quite good. But the problem, I think, with President Biden's approach is that he has probably a single objective, that is to work with European allies and also Japan, Australia against China. So China is on probably too much a priority is an international stage, right? So for U.S., probably a better approach is to provide international public goods, right? We are facing so many problems, and we need all the countries to come together and work together. And the U.S. should play a leadership role in that.
And then what's China's multilateralism that can gain tractions in the world?
Well, China insists on free trade, which the United States is now quite reluctant to follow, right? So that's very key. Another thing is that China is trying to provide international public goods, right? For example, to provide free vaccines to developing countries that don't have any manufacturing capacities, right? And also China is helping those countries on BRI for infrastructure building, right? All sorts of things, right? So that's China's approach to multilateralism. That's quite different from American way.
Yeah, in the past few years, we've seen this anti-globalization forces. Countries have their own agenda. Now, what do you think could be an effective handle to go towards the paths of multilateralism right now, given the situation, the pandemic and uncertainties, trade wars? What could be a handle here?
I think at one stage we have to acknowledge where we disagree, we partly in the West with China, but where also we can cooperate together. The areas of healthcare, or for example, is a global issue there. We can work together in accrediting our vaccine, opening up our markets in order to get our people vaccinated, as well as, of course, the big one is the global climate change. China has pledged to be carbon neutral 2060, an incredible feat given that per capita energy consumption will rise. Just to give you one data there, China has to shut down 660 gigawatt of coal-fired power stations. That is one time the entire energy fleet of Europe. There we can work together. Technology gains will, I think, given the big demand, happen primarily here. Wonderful area for Europe and China to get together. We cannot contain China. We might disagree. We have to find ways and mechanisms how to deal with these discrepancies in expectation, but there's plenty of room in order to cooperate.
Yeah.
I want your take on this, Professor Yao, because of course emission reductions is a huge undertaking for humankind. That's why multilateralism probably worked the best here.
Yeah.
The problem is, how can you make China grow at 5% annually, but also reduce per capita energy consumption?
Yeah, that's a really hard challenge, right? So if we look into the next 10 years, we are going to flatten our emission, right? That's the first goal.
2030.
2030, we are going to peak
and
our
then
emission.
neutral zero 2060.
2060, right. But over the next 10 years, probably China is going to enter a booming period again, which means economic growth is going to be relatively fast.
Yeah.
That's going to increase emission. But I listened to Premier Li Keqiang. He said this year we're going to reduce 3% of consumption of energy consumption per unit of output. That's a lot, 3%. But that's achievable. You know, over the last 20 years, we have achieved almost this. Right? So 3% reduction probably is achievable. But if we can do this every year, probably we can just neutralize the emission growth over the next decade.
How to envision a solution when China, on the one hand, wants to further develop its economy and on the other hand, wants to curb its carbon emissions? Where does the solution stand?
Solutions is technologies, and China has already now developed into an environmental technology leader. No wonder, given the fact that actually the demand is here so strong. And that, of course, then links into kind of this tech war. How much is China able to get these semiconductors or the software in order to get the technology going, in order to shut down 660 gigawatt of coal and turn it into renewables? The answer really is technology. And again, China has the ability of working together with the world in order to create the better energy batteries, to come up with more sustainable carbon capture storage plants and so forth.
So I want to ask you this, because can Biden compartmentalize technology? He needs China to work on climate change, and he also needs to win political score points back home by keeping China from getting access to core technologies. How can he balance them?
Well, I don't want to be in the Oval Office to come up with a solution for this one. It really is squaring the circle, but you're right. On the one hand, he wants to contain China on the technology side, but climate change can only be battled and won with technology.
Yes.
So again, I mean, that requires a good balancing. And of course, as a politician in the US, he has to convince public opinion. After all, they vote him in or out of office.
Yeah, but what's needed to, create this to nurture this ecosystem that would allow further innovation push, Professor Yao?
Well, first of all, I would say that China actually is a leader in renewable energy. For example, in China now, solar power is almost as cheap as firepower in China, right? China probably has the most advanced solar power technology. So in that case, probably...
And electric vehicles.
Electric vehicles, right, is another field, right? Yeah. So probably in that field, China is less reliant on American technologies. But of course, clean production, clean power plants.
We have
your thoughts, Professor. We have this for you.
Breaking from the venue. That's a draft decision on the improving the electoral system of the Hong Kong Special Administrative Region. It was already submitted for deliberation to China's top legislature. And Wang Chen, Vice Chairman of the NPC Standing Committee, explained the draft at the opening of the 4th annual session of the 13th NPC.
Yeah, and now we also have this for you. Premier Li Keqiang has reaffirmed China's commitment to the one country, two systems principle for the Hong Kong and Macau special administrative regions.
We will stay true to the letter and spirit of the principle of one country, two systems, under which the people of Hong Kong administration and people of Macau administration would govern their own region with a degree of autonomy. We will improve relevant systems and mechanisms of the two SARs for enforcing the Constitution and basic laws, and implement the laws and mechanisms for the two regions to safeguard national security. We will guard against and deter external forces' interference in the affairs of the two regions and support them as they grow their economies and improve people's lives so as to maintain long-term prosperity.
We don't know the exact wording of this improvement of the electoral process in Hong Kong, but the basic requirements is that those involved in the political process are required to be patriots and loyal to the Constitution, to the mini Constitution in Hong Kong, and to the central government. What kind of changes personnel to the legislators and the executive branch in Hong Kong?
Well, I think that's the basic requirement, right? If you want to get into the local political process, you have to recognize Hong Kong is part of China. You have to recognize the authority of the central government. That's also in the basic law, right? So for that, I don't think there is a big difference between today and back, say, 20 years ago in terms of lawmaking, right? I don't know which requirements are going to be proposed for the eligibility of, say, a member of the legislation in Hong Kong. But certainly, I think recognition of Hong Kong as part of China is a basic requirement.
Because the opposition will probably rethinking of their strategy in Hong Kong. I mean, what will they do politically? Because they want to be part of the political process, and now the prerequisite is they must be loyal to the Constitution and to the central government.
Yeah, so if they want to be part of the political process in Hong Kong, they have to change their strategy, right? Because we know, in the past 2 years, there was a group of people who asked for independence of Hong Kong. That was against the basic law, that was against the Constitution. So if those people still want to be involved in local politics, they have to give up that tendency. Right.
Well, the NPC introduced the national security law on Hong Kong last year, and now we are looking at the new principle in addition to the one country, two systems policy, patriots governing Hong Kong. But who qualifies to be a patriot? Is it a subjective term?
Well, it's hard for a Westerner to understand the importance of the word patriot, because we assume, myself being German, that I'm a patriot already by definition, because I love my country. So the kind of distinguishing, are you patriot or not, is very hard for us to see the calibration or the shades that comes with that one. I guess that it's very important in order to get inclusiveness in Hong Kong going, that the people understand that actually they're in there for a better good of everybody, and that actually would make a difference. For us in European business, Hong Kong matters a big time. It is an international city, it has the best professional background, it has an openness in financial terms and so forth. So we hope that the People's Republic finds a mechanism in order to make that a process of inclusiveness. And we have to see how that works.
And do you think the political theaters has changed the readings of business people in Hong Kong about the prospects down the road?
Yeah, I mean, the national security law has features that, in particular when it comes to freedom of speech, are actually far more tougher than in People's Republic. And that has caused quite some concern. How much can I openly report about the financial status of an oil company? How much can I talk about circumstances that might not be favorable to the People's Republic? I think we have to see the implementation of it in order to see how far that goes. For us, it matters to have a high degree of transparency, and high degree of transparency includes freedom of speech, means I can report on an oil company as much as I want.
Implementation will probably say much.
The experience of last year showed there's one country, two systems still works. Some people were arrested in Hong Kong, but the trial was completely in Hong Kong, and Hong Kong still has legal autonomy. I think that's critical to keep this one country, two systems.
The implementation itself took place within Hong Kong.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay, you're now watching our special broadcast on the political season here in China. The opening of the NPC session has just wrapped up. We will keep our reporting on this event. You are now watching our special coverage. We'll be right back.
NPC and CPPCC, China's biggest annual political gathering of lawmakers and political advisors. As the world's second largest economy recovers from the pandemic, it chalks out plans for the coming year and beyond. With new proposals, laws, and targets, CGTN brings you unmatched coverage of the meetings that matter. Exclusive interviews, people's voices, in-depth analysis, and the impact on the rest of the world. China's two sessions begins March 4th. Live and exclusive on CGTN.
In a short while, we're going to listen in to what we call the ministers' corridor. That is the government's ministers and department officials going to answer questions from the press.
Yeah, and they will be breaking down the specifics of the government work report. This corridor is an important opportunity for the ministers to, answer questions from the press. They address the issues head on. And we'll be hearing from different ministers with different focus on the government work report.
This is actually a setup apart from the deputies' corridors. Before the opening of the sessions, the MPC deputies will meet the press, and after the government work report delivered by the Premier, the ministers will have their say on their jurisdictions and their portfolios. For example, the Reform and Development Commission, the Finance Ministry, and the Agriculture Ministry will give their briefings on their work.
Thank you very much to He Lifeng, Minister of NDRC. Now the floor is open for questions.
请北区第4排靠过道的这位男士。
谢谢主持人。中央广播电视总台。
I'm with China Media Group.
当前疫情变化和外部环境
At present, there are still uncertainties posed by the pandemic and international situations, and there are varying opinions from the outside on China. And in the government work report, the target was set to grow China's GDP by more than 6% in 2021. What is your take on this? What is your comments on China's economic developments in 2021, and what are the main pillars for China's economic development in the new year? Thank you for your question. Just now, in the government work report, Premier Li Keqiang comprehensively summarized our work last year, as well as during the 13th five-year period. He summarized the challenging situations that we face and also laid out the major tasks in the 14th five-year plan period. Last year was truly extraordinary. China faced the ravaging COVID-19 pandemic. According to our statistics, the U.S. economy dropped by 3.5%. In EU, it's a drop of 6.4%, and in Japan it's a drop of 4.8%. In contrary, China's economy grew by 2.8%. China is the only major economy that has registered a positive economic growth last year. Our total volume of GDP exceeded 100 trillion yuan, and the per capita GDP in China exceeded 72,000 yuan, which is more than $10,000. We made important progress in the construction of a moderately prosperous society. We have fully eliminated poverty in China, which have laid a solid foundation for achieving the tasks this year and also for the 14th five-year plan period. We believe that those achievements are hard-won. We have accumulated a lot of experience, and we will continue carry forward the spirits that we had in the past. We have already outlined the target for this year, which is about 6%. Facing complicated situations both at home and abroad, and given that the pandemic is still ravaging the world, and that China's economy is deeply intertwined with that of the world, and we face a lot of uncertainties. But looking at the performance of China's economy in the first 2 months, we have basically maintained the positive trend of the second half of last year in terms of export. In January, its increase exceeded 50%. If we look at other parameters, for example, PPI, for the manufacturing industry has been maintained above 50%. Power demand and power production have been increasing at a rate of more than 20%. Railway load has been increasing at a pace of more than 10%. All this indicate that the Chinese enterprises are very good at adapting to the changing situations. The Chinese economy is very resilient, and the fundamentals of the Chinese economy are good and positive. So we have the confidence, resolve, and capacity to achieve the target that we set for this year. In terms of the first industry, after practicing the agricultural development policies for a number of years, we have dramatically improved the fundamentals of the first industry. If we don't encounter any unprecedented natural disasters, we are able to guarantee the grain production of more than 650 million metric tons. We are able to meet our own needs of grain and demand. We are also able to achieve high quality and development of technology. The traditional manufacturing industry is transforming and transitioning towards high-end and green, low-carbon development. China has a comprehensive layout and pattern of industrial sectors, so we have very good prospects in this very important sector. The tertiary sector, however, may face some difficulties and challenges. In particular, in the fields of hotel, passenger service, entertainment industries, they may encounter more difficulties. Small and medium-sized enterprises may be placed under more difficulty in this year, but we have the confidence to achieve the target we set for this year.
Next question, please.
请南区第4排靠过道，这第2位记者，第2位女士。
谢谢主持人。
Thank you.
何主任您好，中国日报记者提问， 请
Good
问
morning.
在14规
From
划纲要
China's
中的
Daily,
主要目标
Mr.
指标
Hu.
设定上是怎么
As
考
to
虑的？
the set
请问
goals
在相
of
关的重
the
点
new
任务和重大
plan,
工程项
what's
目
your
安排上是如
consideration?
何
And
部
for the
署的？
major
国人可以
projects,
有哪些
is
新的
there
期待？
any
谢
special
谢。
plan? What can we expect from the new plan? As to the 14th five-year plan, draft version is already submitted for the deliberation of the NPC, and based on the suggestions and feedback of the deputies, we will revise the 14th five-year plan for early publication. This plan is based on the decisions approved on the 5th plenary session of the 19th CPC Central Committee. And in the 14th five-year plan, it highlights the new development stage, the new development concept, and development landscape in order to pursue the high-quality growth. And as to the reform, in the future, we need to further analyze the changes in this new plan and pay attention to 3 points particularly. The first one is about the main targets and objectives. According to the suggestions, there are 6 suggestions. There are about 20 indicators included in the plan, including 3 development-related indicators. As to innovation-driven indicators, there are 3 of them. As to people's livelihood, there are 7 indicators. As to green development and ecology-related indicators, the number stands at 5. In addition, we have set up for the first time the food security target, energy security indicator. So all of those 20 indicators in total reflect the new development concept, and it is in alignment with the high-quality growth requirement. And if we look far into the future, those targets are also in parallel with the long-range objectives through the year 2035. So we have fully considered the development situation of the 13th five-year plan when we were drafting this plan, and we also stayed down to earth to be practical when we designed this plan. As to uncertainties, we leave enough space for readjustment.
We hope that based on those targets, we could make more efforts to reach out for those high-hanging fruits. And secondly, about the main tasks and measures. According to the draft plan, there are about 19 articles received as feedback and including 65 chapters. Those main measures include cultural development, political development, ecological development, and so on. It fully reflects the requirement of the 5-in-1 policy by covering the key highlights, so that we can also give play to both the market and to the government. It's highly operative. I believe that once the draft plan is approved, different localities will certainly find it easy to implement. Thirdly, about the key projects you asked. We put in mind the state affairs and the key points, and there are 3 of them. First one is the influential projects in the long run. For example, quantum information, the outer space exploration, and the long-term stability and security issues such as food security, energy security, and the supply chain and industrial chain security. Those are the key projects nationwide. So, in that regard, we will push forward the implementation of those projects as required. Secondly, among the infrastructure projects, we will prioritize those world-class projects, for example, the Sichuan-Tibet Railway and the railway along the river and the hydropower development along the Yalong-Zangbu River. And thirdly, we will prioritize key projects that matter to people's livelihood. For example, those old community renovation in the urban areas and the public facilities in the urban areas, as well as elderly care and children care projects. We will abide by the plan when we execute these projects and take solid steps to implement those projects. We have the confidence to complete the tasks in the 14th five-year plan, and by about 2025, our social and economic development will come to a new high and pave the way for a better future. Thank you. Next question.
请南区第2排靠过道的第2位女士。
Thank you. I'm with China News website. There's an opinion on a society that to build a new development pattern, we have to make a very good first step. And what are the major targets and tasks for the year 2021? Thank you. Thank you very much for your question. Building a new development pattern is a instruction put forward by General Secretary Xi Jinping. And this is a very important instruction for a very long time. My understanding is that this is our independent choice. This is not a decision we made for the time being, and this is a decision made for a very long time based on the dual circulation strategies that we are practicing at present. We will focus on the greater circulation of factors both at home and at the international stage. So we are not closing the doors of openness for ourselves and the NDRC is working with relevant agencies to engage in top-level design for the construction of new development patterns. So we have a work mechanism of 1+N. The 1 refers to top-level design, and N refers to pointing the direction of development for different sectors and fields. And this may also include some of the specific development policies of some sectors. In the meantime, we are streamlining some of the bottleneck issues hampering the development of a new pattern. We do so to ensure that we can make a great success in building a new development pattern. At present and in the near future, we will focus on 5 major tasks. The first is to ensure smooth economic operation. We will focus on production, circulation, distribution, and consumption of commodities and products. And wherever we encounter obstacles, we will troubleshoot them. At present, it's very necessary to help the enterprises to solve the problems that they face in circulation. If we could smooth all those obstacles, we can help enterprises to reduce their logistic costs and improve their competitiveness. If we go further up, we have to troubleshoot the problems in production. And if we go further down, we have to solve the problems on the market. The second major task is to dramatically boost domestic consumption. At present and in the near future, we have to improve people's income through multiple channels so that we can dramatically increase their shopping powers. In the meantime, we are providing more products on the market that are suitable to the needs of the people. The third is to improve innovation-driven development. I have already touched upon this when I was answering the previous question, and we are going to align different tasks to different cadres and leaders to ensure energy safety, food safety, and the safety of industrial and supply chains. By focusing on some key programs, we're going to solve the bottleneck issues so that we can provide more high-quality resources and products to the general public. The fourth major task is to deepen reform. The key lies in further streamlining the exercise of power and delegation of power, and we are going to build a business environment that features rule of law by taking reform measures and focusing on matters one by one. We plan to create a better environment for the free flow of different market factors so that we can revitalize the market and stimulate the momentum of different market players. The fifth task is to further open the Chinese market to the outside world. At present, we are going to further deepen the construction of the Hainan Free Trade Zone. By 2025, we can expect some major headways. In the meantime, we are going to summarize and streamline and disseminate the good experience that we have collected from the Shanghai Free Trade Zone so that China can be further elevated to a higher level in terms of foreign openness.
Let's invite the next minister.
感谢财政部刘昆部长。
Thank you, Minister Liu Kun of Finance.
下面，请媒体的朋友们提问。
Now the floor is open to questions.
请北区第一排第2位女士提问。
谢谢主持人。
Thank you. From news agency,
政府工作报告指出，积极
the
的财政
government
政
work
策
report
要提
points
质
out
增
that
效，
the
更可
proactive
持续。
fiscal policy
那么
must
请问
be
刘部长
sustainable
2021
and
年的财
improve
政政策
quality.
将要
So,
如何落
Minister
实？
Liu, how can the fiscal plans in this year be implemented?
要提质增效。
The new fiscal policy must be able to improve quality and efficiency and be sustainable.
以人民为中心的
It
思想，
must fully
体现了
enshrine the spirit
坚
of
持
people-centeredness,
稳中求进
and also it
工作
must
总基调的
seek
要求
progress steadily.
财政收入
The fiscal
起之以
revenue
民，用之以
comes from people and must be
财政支出
allocated
要提
for
质
the
增
purpose
效，
of people's
用
well-being.
得其所，
So this target of
回应
improving
人民的需求，
efficiency and quality
让老百姓更多受益。
will mainly
发挥
prioritize
更
the
好的
needs
效
of the
果。
people so that the
要
general
做到
public
这一
will
点，
benefit from the fiscal
我理
revenue.
解
To that end,
要从4个方
in
面
my
落实。
humble opinions, we must exercise this call
依法
in
依
4
规征
ways.
收，
Firstly, increase
严禁
fiscal
收
revenue
征收
legally.
过头税费，
We must forbid
稀增财政收入，
the
不能因为
taxation
财政
payment
收支矛盾大
unlawfully.
而违法违规，
We do not
增加
allow for such
行动
illegal
企业的负
behaviors
担。
just for the purpose of
饿死
tax
提
revenue.
高支出效
That
率，
will increase burden on the
要
general
优化
public.
节奏，
Secondly, we must improve the
加强
taxation
管理，
structure and
快速
efficiency
执达，
with more stringent management and green pass.
提升资金的效率，
So we will
三是
increase the efficiency of capital
防止
utilization.
无章浪费，
Thirdly, we must
要
avoid
坚持
extravagance.
艰苦奋斗，
We
勤
must
俭节
stick
约，
to the spirit of
节用为
frugality
民，
and
把
hard
钱
work.
花
We
在
must
刀刃
save
上，
money so that
致
the
使
fiscal revenue
强
will
化
be
绩效
used
管理，
for the people.
绩效管
Fourthly,
理
enhance
要覆盖到
performance
所有的
evaluation
财政资金，
and management.
切实做
All
到
of the fiscal
花钱
revenue
要问效，
must be subjected to evaluation. If they are not
积极的
used
财政政策
efficiently, then we
强调
will
认
give
可
play
实
to the
施
accountability system.
覆盖内容
Proactive
很广，
fiscal policy also
体
requires
现在
sustainability.
今年的预
It
算
has a
安排上
wide coverage.
有
In
3
this
个
year's
特点。
fiscal plan, there are 3 features.
财
Firstly,
政政策
the fiscal
保持
policy
基本稳定，
must be maintained
不急转弯。
steadily. We will avoid
今年的
taking a sharp
赤字率
turn in fiscal
地
policy.
方政府
The deficit
专项
ratio
债券
this
限
year,
额
for example, the cap
比
on the
去
local
年
government's
有所
dedicated
降低，
bond
但和
to
2019
GDP
年
ratio
相比，
is lowered compared to
赤
last
字
year,
总额
but
3.57
the fiscal
万亿元
deficit stands
增加了
at 3.57 trillion RMB yuan, an increase of
地方政府专项债券
0.81
限
trillion RMB yuan.
新
For the
增
cap on the
3.65
local
万亿
government bond, it
增加
increased
了
by
1.5
3.5 trillion RMB yuan, an increase of
中央
1.5
本
trillion
财政
RMB
支出
yuan year on year.
连续
As to
2
the
年
central
负
government
增长
expenditure, it
节省的资金
registered
用于增
the
加
negative growth
对地
for
方
2
的
consecutive years. They are mainly used
今
for
年
transfer payment
中央对
to the
地方的
local
转移支
governments.
付
This year, the
比
central
去年
government's transfer payment to the
略有
local
增加
governments increased compared to
规模
last
超过
year. The size
8.3 万亿
is over 8.3 trillion RMB yuan.
二是
Secondly,
以今后年份的财政政策做好
the
衔接
fiscal policies in the years ahead must be
近年来
commensurate with this year's
我国持续
plan
实
so
施
that we can leave enough
减税降
space.
费
In these years, we have been continuously implementing the
税收占
policies of
国内
reducing
生产
charges
总
and
值比
taxations. Contribution of
持续下降
taxation to GDP is lowered
目
year by
前
year.
保持在
In the time being, it's mainly
15.2%
maintained around
在
15.2%.
世界各经济体中
Compared to the other
比值
economies,
是最低的，
this ratio is the lowest.
体现了惠企利民，
It's an embodiment
我们将
of benefiting
持
people.
续完善
We
政府
will
债务管理
continuously improve our management
保
of
持
government debt.
政府部门同
so that the leverage ratio of government departments will be maintained steady. We aim to trigger economic recovery with government support so that we can diffuse potential risks in the future. Thirdly, we must diffuse any fiscal risks indirectly. We will consistently try to diffuse any implicit debt of local governments, and we will resolutely avert the local government's fiscal risks so as to guarantee the implementation of local fiscal policies. Thank you.
请南区第二排
Next question, please.
这位男士，靠边第二位男士。
好的，谢谢主持人，我是来自经济日报的
Thank you.
荣
I'm
誉记
with
者。我的问题是，
Economic
去
Daily.
年的减
My
税降费
question
规
is
模
that
大，
last year we had a very large sum of tax reduction. We interviewed a lot of enterprises and entrepreneurs, and they have truly benefited a lot from this policy. And what are the continuation of this policy in the new year? Thank you for your question. Fee and tax reduction is a major measure that we have taken to stabilize the operation of enterprises and to support market entities to troubleshoot their problems. According to our statistics, during the 13th five-year plan period, China has reduced a total of 7.6 trillion yuan worth of tax in 2020, in particular, facing the complicated situations and great fiscal difficulties. China introduced 28 fee and tax reduction measures, and the total tax reduced amounts to a total of 2.6 trillion yuan. As I introduced just now, in China, amongst all the major economies, tax revenue in China accounts for a very low ratio of China's GDP. In 2015, this accounts for 18.1%, and 3 years later, it was dropped to 15%, as introduced by Minister He Lifeng just now. Each unit of GDP is equivalent to 1 trillion yuan. We are going to carry forward and carry out the policies and measures of the State Council and CPC Central Committee. By improving relevant policies, we can bring more benefits to the enterprises. The first is to continue with some of the systemic tax reduction policies. In recent years, we have released the policies to deepen VAT reform and also special deductions of individual income tax. And this will be continued in the new year, and the policy benefits will be further felt. The benefits will be further disseminated to a large number of enterprises. Second, temporary tax reductions will be released. For the temporary tax reduction policies that we introduced in 2020, on the basis of deliberation and reviews, some of these policies will be renewed and extended, and some of the policies will be stopped when they become mature. The third is to introduce preferential tax policies for SMEs. While consolidating some of the policies that we have introduced last year, we are going to further enhance our tax reduction to medium and macro-sized enterprises so that we can consolidate the results of our policy and enhance the momentum and development potential of MMEs. The fourth is to punish various violations. We will take resolute measures to punish those illegal charging of fees and taxes. Governments at various levels must take a long-term view. Wherever it's necessary, we have to reduce the tax and reduce the fees charged amongst different payers. Next question, please.
请南区第4排靠过道的这位男士。
Since this year, the regions lifted out of poverty will turn their task to village rejuvenation. So, what will the fiscal departments do to guarantee smooth transition to this new task? Thank you for your question. According to General Secretary Xi Jinping, getting rid of poverty is not the ultimate goal. Instead, we target at a new beginning towards a new life. So different fiscal departments will consolidate the results achieved and smoothly translate the results to village rejuvenation so that people will live a better life. To that end, firstly, we will scale up our efforts. In the transitional period, the fiscal support and the budget size towards that end will remain stable. This year, the central fiscal budget will support the establishment of a dedicated fund for village rejuvenation at the number of 156 billion RMB yuan, an increase of 10 billion RMB yuan compared to last year. Secondly, we will prioritize the key focus. The current fiscal transfer payment will continue to support the regions just gotten rid of poverty. We will support the key counties. We will continuously support those poverty-stricken counties to use the agriculture-related fund in order to pursue village rejuvenation. Thirdly, alignment effectively between the two. While consolidating the poverty alleviation results, we must also consider the village rejuvenation task. So, we must have the focal points in mind. For the low-income farmers in the rural areas, we must also offer help. And we will avoid any return to poverty. We will also support relocation of farmers, and we will offer some follow-up support measures. We support industry development in the regions gotten rid of poverty. We aim to stabilize those poor people to have unemployment. Thank you, Minister Liu. Next, let's invite the third minister.
Thank you
very much to Tang Renjian, Minister of Agriculture. Now the floor is open for questions.
请北区第4排从外侧第2位女士。
感谢主持人。
Thank you very much to moderator. Minister Tang, I'm with People's Daily. My question is related to food safety, and food safety and security has been an issue of big concern. And last year, there are countries who have strengthened limitation of grain output. The issue was also briefly touched upon by Premier Li Keqiang in his government work report. What is your take on this? Thank you very much for your question. Thank you very much for showing interest in this question. As you might have noticed that Premier Li Keqiang has mentioned in the government work report that the grain output for this year and the whole 14th five-year plan period will be maintained at a level of more than 650 million metric tons. Food safety and food security is the priority for a country with a population of 1.4 billion, and this is also a very important topic in China, and there is a lot of concern from different walks of social life. The State Council and CPC Central Committee attach great importance to this very important question. In the National Agricultural Conference and Central Economic Conference last year, this issue was also addressed. The General Secretary Xi Jinping called on all of us to hold firm the bottom line of food safety, and we shall never slacken our efforts in ensuring food safety and food security. And this shows again how important the issue of food safety is in this new era. A couple of weeks ago, a meeting was convened at the State Council, and the Ministry of Agriculture is following through the requirements of the central government and the State Council. We plan to engage in the following three tasks. The first is to have in place a accountability and responsibility mechanism. General Secretary Xi Jinping called on us to align our political responsibilities with governing responsibilities in ensuring food safety, and we have worked out some performance management standards. In the meantime, we have allocated and assigned tasks to local governments. The second is to introduce some measures and policies to ensure food safety. Rice and wheat, we have a price increase of 0.01 yuan, and policies for soybean and corn will be maintained in this year. In the meantime, we are going to further expand the pilot program zones for agricultural insurance programs. The third is, as General Secretary Xi Jinping has called on all of us to have a reserve of agricultural land, and we are going to engage in preservation of fertile land. In this year, we have the plan of build more than 100 million mu of high-quality cropland, according to our survey and investigation nationwide. And today marks the third time window of the year, which is the awakening of insects. Across the country, people are starting to sow seeds, and according to our survey, winter wheat has expanded the cropland by 3 million mu. I just paid a visit to Luohe and Xuchang of Henan province. The local farmers and experts told me that this year they are witnessing very good prospects of wheat growth, which is a lot better than last year and previous years. Grade 1 and Grade 2 wheat seeds can cover 85%, and this is 1 percentage point larger than the previous year. So we can stay relaxed, but we can never stay complacent, because food safety is truly a very arduous task. We have to guard against potential difficulties in the coming months. In autumn and winter, there might be some more difficulties, and if we could overcome all these difficulties, we may have a very successful year. So we have to go through the different obstacles one by one, and we expect to have a good harvest in summer before we celebrate the centenary of the CPC. But in general, we have maintained good harvest for 17 consecutive years, and over these many years, we have maintained a grain output of above 650 million metric tons. So for quite a number of consecutive years, we are staying well above the alarm line of the international community. So we have every reason to believe that we are able to feed the Chinese people well. Next question, please.
请北区最后一排那位中间那位女士。
谢谢。
Thank you.
全媒体记者提问。请问唐部长。
My question is also to Minister Tang. In the 14th five-year plan period, we will continue the construction of village rejuvenation. So, what are some detailed measures? In the 5th plenary session of the 19th CPC National Committee, we already asked for this campaign, and today the Premier also highlighted this village rejuvenation plan. Infrastructure and the appearance of villages have already changed a lot, but up until now, many of our efforts can only reach the administrative village level, but we face a lot of sticking points in the different households. So we must work on 3 fronts. Firstly, compile a detailed plan according to the requirements of the State Council. The county level homeland plan must be compiled this year, and on top of that plan, we will continue to compile multiple practical village level plans. We stress practicality of the plans so as to fully consider the needs of the farmers and features of the rural areas, so that those plans will ease the way for the farmers in their production and their lives. Secondly, as to the water, electricity and housing supply, we must also guarantee them for the farmers. We've done this before, but in the future we want to scale up the coverage to every household. In particular, we hope to offer convenience for the rural areas and to offer convenience for not only people's lives but also production work. For example, the roads must be connected to the villages, particularly the trunk road. If the trunk roads can connect with those different industrial parks or tourist spots, that's much better. And secondly, warehousing and cold chain logistics. We hope to work on these fronts to solve the upstream and downstream of the agricultural products. Thirdly, software support, particularly social services and village governance. We've seen transformation in terms of social services, and we will continue the improvement in an effort to improving the schooling, healthcare, elderly care conditions in the rural areas. Of course, we must also elevate the quality and level of such services. As to governance, particularly civility, social undertakings of the rural areas, with our efforts, we hope to establish civility in the rural areas, including the family slogans or family culture, and we hope to change the appearance of the rural areas and lift up the spirits of the farmers. Particularly, I want to emphasize that not long ago, many places kicked off their village construction work, leading to some short-term issues. So I want to urge everyone with the fact that this cause is for the purpose of benefiting farmers. General Secretary already made that point. We must consider their mentality and their needs. We must avoid bureaucracy and formality. This is a good deed, and it must be implemented down to the earth. Thank you.
请南区第一排中间那位女士。
感谢主持人，唐部长您好，我是中央
Good
广播电视
morning,
总台
Minister
CGTN 的
Tang.
记者。
I'm with
种子
CGTN.
是农业的芯片，但是在
Seeds,
农业
they
快
are
速
the
发展的
chips
过程中呢，
of
种子问
farmers.
题也越来越受关注。
With the development of
所以我想请问
agriculture,
部长，
there is
我们
a
对
lot
打好
more
种
attention
业
paid
翻身仗
to
有
seeds.
哪些考虑和
So
安
what is
排？
your
谢
take
谢您。
on developing agricultural seeds in China? Thank you for showing interest in this question. Last year at the National Agriculture Conference and Central Economic Conference, and also in the government work report delivered just now, it was touched upon to mention the issue of agricultural seeds, and we have to focus on agricultural seeds as well as cropland. And let me outline this issue from three perspectives. The first is that we have very good fundamentals and foundations, so we have to we can stay assured because we are self-sufficient in agricultural seeds. So the two staple foods in China, we are relying on our own agricultural seeds. Seeds that are imported from foreign enterprises from other countries account for less than 3% and 1% respectively. So let me tell you, and let me assure you that we can rest assured that there is no such crisis. But also we need to be mindful of the gap we have with the world. For some of the plants, there is a gap with the world. I mentioned that we don't have a problem with respect to rice and wheat, but in soybean and corn, the per unit production of China only accounts for 50 to 60% of the production in developed countries. And if we talk about eggplant and other green vegetables, we are relying on imports from other countries. And pork and milk cow and milk production stand roughly at 80% of the production in developed countries. And if we talk about poultry and other products, we are still relying largely on imports. So there really is a gap. But it's a gap in terms of high quality development. But thirdly, we have actions at the National Agricultural Conference. General Secretary Xi Jinping called on us to launch a battle of agricultural seeds. So we are working together with relevant agencies to work out the details of this campaign, and later we are going to submit our proposal to the central government. But in general, we are going to spend roughly 10 years to win the battle in agricultural seeds. Specifically, let me disclose the following details. The first is the resources of seeds. We need to have a resource of high quality seeds. And right now, we are building an agricultural seeds bank. I can tell you two good pieces of news. And for fishery, we have already started a bank, but for crop plants, we are going to complete the construction of the seed bank by September this year. And when completed, it will host roughly 1.5 million different types of seeds. The next is to make breakthroughs in some bottleneck areas, so that we can hold firm to some of the core agriculture seeds. The next is to cultivate a number of enterprises that can engage in the sector of agriculture seeds. And right now the picture is really scattered. In the future, it will be further streamlined and optimized. The fourth is to focus on some key regions and localities, for example, Hainan and southwest of China. The next is to manage the market of seeds and focus on intellectual property rights protection. Through these efforts and measures, we hope to build a new landscape in agriculture seeds in China. Thank you very much.
谢谢唐部长，好，感谢。
Well, that's our three ministers from the government. First, the National Reform Development Commission, He Lifeng, and then the Finance Minister, Liu Kun, and finally the Agriculture Ministers answered questions from the press. Let's break down what they've just said. Professor Yao, Mr. He, the head of the Reform and Development Commission, said China is pretty confident to deliver on the 6% growth targets, and actually that's the threshold China must meet. And he's pretty confident.
Yeah, I think the confidence has a reason, many reasons behind, right? China's economy is recovering quite robustly. Consumption lagged behind last year, but this year I believe consumption will come back. If you walk around on the street, you'll find many stores are now filled by new businesses. And then in Beijing, in Shanghai, the rental prices, real estate goes up again. So those are the good signs that consumption is coming back. I don't think that investment and export will still play contribute 70 or 80% of China's growth. Consumption will come back.
But where will the investment go? Because he's in charge of Development and Reform Commission, which is in charge of investment.
Well, NDRC's mandate is really broad. It's not just investment. It's also about the consumption, how to boost consumption. But as Premier Li Keqiang said, this year's public investment is going to be a little bit smaller than last year because last year we invested so much, and some of the projects were lost into this year. So I think that's a good move to reduce a little bit of investment and give more weight to consumption.
What would be the biggest driver for domestic consumption, Mr. Wuttke?
Well, I think China's under-consuming. I mean, you look at the share of China GDP worldwide is 16%, consumption only 12%. That shows the big potential and the delta which is in there. So how do you get Chinese to consume there? Social credit system, social security system. People have to feel secure and not holding back money in case if it comes to a rainy day. Then the hukou reform, more flexibility in the marketplace in order to get around. Then the domestic financial sector has to be more geared towards consumers in order to put the money in their pocket. And I guess that also the things that people have to pay for their children has to be much lower. It has to be much cheaper. People want to spend money, but if they spend it on things that actually the government can do in many ways differently, it would be advantageous. Consumption is the big development of China, given the fact that 600 million people, according to Prime Minister Li Keqiang, actually have less than 240 euro a day, a month.
Okay. We have news keep coming in from the NPC. Now we have an update from the session regarding Hong Kong. Well, lawmakers are considering measures to form a new electoral system for the special administrative region at the meeting. And Wang Chen is the vice chairman of the NPC Standing Committee. He says the overall design of the system will be centered around the reformation and greater empowerment of the city's election committee. Hong Kong's chief executive will continue to be elected by this election committee, while the committee will also elect a relatively large share of the legislative council members and participate in the nomination of all the candidates for the legislative council.
Yeah, and in an exclusive interview with CGTN, former Hong Kong Chief Executive Leung Chong-ing shares his views on the principle of patriots governing Hong Kong some 8 months after a national security law took effect.
On the issue of patriots governing Hong Kong, the director of Hong Kong Macau Affairs Office, Xia Baolong, said Hong Kong's administrative, legislative, and judicial branches must not be taken up by anyone who goes against China and disrupts Hong Kong. But he also said it doesn't mean that you will ban all opposition members from Hong Kong's government. So what exactly did it mean?
It's norm in all countries in the world and in all places. constituting the various countries in the world, patriots governing either the local place or on the national level must be the norm. Now, what are patriots? Let's see who are not the patriots. In the past couple of years in Hong Kong, we have seen people who dashed off, not once, but several times, regularly, to, for example, Washington, D.C., asking the United States government to sanction Hong Kong and the whole of China. Now, whatever the definition of patriot is, I think we can define the non-patriots, people who have this unpatriotic behavior, pretty clearly. In many other countries in the world, these actions could be described as treasonous. These are acts of treason. So these are not patriots, and they should not form part of the governing body of Hong Kong.
According to critics, such a prohibition will expand mainland curbs on Hong Kong's democracy. What do you think?
Hong Kong is not a sovereign country. We are part of China. Acts that are not far from being treasonous must be dealt with. And we're not talking about punishing these people. We're just saying that they should not form part of the governing echelon, governing body of Hong Kong.
Back in mid of 2020, when Beijing and Hong Kong officials enacted the national security law, there were criticism that China is asserting more power over Hong Kong, that Hong Kong people will lose freedom, that Hong Kong will see investors moving capital to other markets. Well, it's been more than 6 months since the law took effect. In retrospect, was its impact on the city positive or negative?
Social stability has returned to Hong Kong. We have dealt with threats to national security, and therefore, in this new environment, the Hong Kong SAR government can do what they are required to do to deal with, for example, economic issues, to deal with the challenges of COVID-19. And if you look at the number of cases that we have in the pandemic, we're actually doing a lot better than, for example, the United States and the United Kingdom. So this return to a stable environment, which Hong Kong has always been.
Have we seen capital move outside?
There is no sign of that. The Hong Kong currency is very strong. The stock market is doing very well. We now have, as a result of COVID-19, unemployment issues, but that's being addressed. We are not the only community on this planet. If we compare all the social and economic indicators to other advanced jurisdictions on this planet, we're doing well.
And in the meantime, we've received some comments from our netizens for our guests, and let's find out what they have to say.
I want to know, when will the details of tax exemptions for value-added products will be released? Then more enterprises and more industries will settle down in Shanghai's Yangpu district.
I'm an ICU nurse. We have received more severely ill patients since the ICU was established. I hope the quality of medical care can be further strengthened in the country. Nutrition for critical care patients can be supported, and more first aid equipment and medicine can be improved.
So let's tackle the questions from the netizens. Professor Zhao, that's your beat. Those workers are worried whether the value added in the free trade area will be duty-free, will be tax-free?
Yeah, that's the policy. Value-added tax is the largest tax in China. It's about 30% of government budget, so it's a very important tax. But when the economy is on downturn, many small enterprises have hard time to pay this tax because you have to pay this tax immediately after you sell your products, right? So there's some concerns, but I heard from Premier Li Keqiang's report that the government is going to tackle this issue this year, is going to raise up the bar, to lower the bar for people, for companies to qualify as a small business, so they can pay smaller value-added tax. But in those enterprises, in the free trade zones, if they export, they can have that's a VAT return, right? That's always our policy.
Refund.
And the other question is about on the health front. A nurse from the county level hospital, she was asking for improved healthcare products going into her facility, to her workplace, and that has to do with the allocation of medical resources. What are some of the rooms for improvement in this front?
But on the health front, of course, approval process for pharmaceuticals can be shortened, so they get more pharmaceuticals into the hospitals as we speak. The second is to, of course, open up to foreign services, be it pharmaceuticals, be it equipment and so forth, in order to create more competition also for suppliers for hospitals, so hospitals have more choice, lower prices in order to service their clients. So again, also I guess training is very important in order to reach up the level of education for people, so they don't go outside. I mean, I'm very encouraged. I was recently in Hainan, and Hainan turns out to be possibly the hospital of China in the future. It's amazing what they are trying to do there, stimulating the fact that China actually has been underfunding this kind of particular hospitals for specialty diseases.
And Professor Yao, I want to follow up on that because obviously a lot of people think that health industry will be a new growing point for China. Chinese people are living longer and they demand better health care. But what in terms of public policy that we can do to facilitate this industry?
Well, several things. From the point of view of the government, it's doing everything to increase fair distribution of public services, including
rural and urban areas.
Yeah, including medical care, right? So one of the major objectives of the 14th five-year plan is to do a more fair and more equitable distribution of public services. But we cannot ignore the business side. Right. If you look at the AI industry, many companies are engaged in medical AI. So they develop all sorts of AI software.
Especially in COVID time, telemedicine has become the new trend.
Right. I think this is going to be a huge business in China. That's going to be a good news for people like that woman in remote areas, so they can just use the AI to do diagnosis.
You mean we have a better telecommunication infrastructure?
No, in medical AI industry, China is one of the forerunners in the world, and China has another advantage. We have a lot of data, because we have a large population, right? So, in order to train AI, you have to feed AI a lot of cases.
Yes.
We have a lot of cases. So medical AI in China
the more
is
data
more
you
advanced.
feed into the AI system gets
more
smarter.
accurate, right? Smarter, right?
What about opening the door for foreign companies to help in this process of improving China's medical care system?
Well, a lot. Even in AI field, right, we still need to open up because many of those algorithms are just written by foreign companies or just initiated, say, in Silicon Valley. Right? So we still need this mutual cooperation. Right? I mean, medical AI development in China is going to benefit American people or German people. Right? We can export those technologies.
Yeah, health is certainly a global issue.
Right.
Well, I mean, China, again, as Professor Yao said, data is the new oil. The more data you have, the more precise your data set get better, you can develop products. And of course, that's where actually European business is a bit concerned about the ability of doing research here and being able to feed it into the headquarters. This data security law is very hazy in its possibilities for us to share, to the point where actually we're wondering if we have a pharmaceutical company called Rest of the World and one only in China. So I guess the importance of realizing the free exchange of data is vital in order to develop new products and keep them cheap.
The data issue is a global issue.
Right.
Every country is debating what is the jurisdiction of data, security, autonomy, sovereignty. What is China thinking now?
Well, China actually is following other countries. Like in the US, US also has tentative rules about data security. I think in the end, all the countries have to sit down and negotiate a new rule for data sovereignty, right?
Will it become the GDPR that the Europeans have designed?
I don't know, I'm not an expert on this, but I think the whole world is in a desperate need for such an agreement. Probably the European Union, China, and the US should sit down first and negotiate such agreement first.
How much weight does data protection or data privacy carry in trying to, like our hope to facilitate multilateralism and to enhance global governance?
Well, again, that's a big worry we have, that the United States says it has to be in the US, it has to be American, and then China has a similar policy with this secure and controllable policy. So it seems to us, European being in the middle, that so shall we be Chinese or shall we be American, or what about Europe? So for us, it's a real issue to tell both regions that actually there has to be an understanding that data and this kind of thing has to be free. But it's very difficult because both regions come up with security concerns. It's hard as a business to argue with or against security concerns that nations have. So I'm a bit worried about this because the thing between the US and China is primarily on the security sector, and data, of course, be it commercial, not commercial, is of course the underlying thing.
Obviously, there still need to be consensus building process. Well, the NPC session here in China generated interest around the world. Some economic experts are now looking forward to the ideas that China can put on the table during this year's political season. Well, 2021 obviously marks the start of the 14th five-year plan for China. That is a roadmap for the country's economic development. And our reporter Yang Chengxi in Shanghai sat down with Professor Emeritus Zhang Yimin from the China-Europe International Business School to get his take on China's economy.
I think China has a resilience to deal with the impact of a pandemic to the Chinese economy. China is about the only country in the world that has a complete industrial system. Firstly, China can produce most industrial products. And second, China has sufficient industrial production capacity to satisfy demand from both Chinese domestic market and international market.
What are the bright spot sectors in your mind in the next 5 years, especially when we're entering the 14th five-year plan?
I think that one of the most important targets is to develop Chinese Western region. Because now the highly developed areas are mostly in the eastern part of China. We have seen rising labor cost, land cost, and environmental cost. On the contrary, in western region of China, the low labor cost and the land cost are still low, and the economic potential is very high.
But if we move many of the export-oriented industries from the east coast to the west, won't logistics become a bigger problem?
There is a real link between China and Europe. The real transporting cost is not necessarily very high than the ocean shipping. So that's another reason that the western region can enjoy better economic potential.
Now, U.S.-China relationship, do you see trade tensions tighten or worsen now that Biden's in office?
Whoever is the U.S. president, I believe the U.S.-China trade dispute will persist. However, as we have seen in the last 2 or 3 years, This U.S.-China trade dispute does not seriously affect China's export and import.
Well, we are coming to the end of our special coverage of the opening of the National People's Congress.
And in the coming week, we'll keep updating you with the latest information from the two sessions. And thank you very much, gentlemen, Professor Yao, and thank you, Jorg, for your discussions and insights.
Yeah, and of course, we're going to leave you with some of the highlights
of the opening session. I'm Zhao in Beijing. Thank you so much for joining us.
I'm Wang Wangmang. See you next time.